Their Search for Real Love. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1. 1891. Sir John Gilmour glanced at the clock and realized that it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. It was time, he thought, for him to leave. He turned to the pretty woman who was holding his arm and said, "I am afraid that I have to go home. I may have many things I need to do tomorrow, and I must have some sleep before I start work." She laughed. "Work to you is very different from what it is to other people. But you have not forgotten, John dear, that you are dining with me tomorrow night." "Of course I have not forgotten," Sir John replied, "and I will be counting the hours until I see you again." She looked up at him. As their eyes met, she said in a whisper, "We shall be alone. As you know, Arthur is going to the races and will not be back until Saturday." Sir John smiled. "We will talk about it tomorrow," he murmured. Releasing himself from her arm, he went across the room to where his hostess was saying goodbye to several people who, like himself, realized that it was now late. As the guests were moving away, he held out his hand, saying, "How can I ever thank you for a most amusing and delicious dinner, and an even more delightful band?" "I am so glad that you enjoyed yourself, John," she answered, "and I will look forward to seeing you again next week." "If I am in London, I will be knocking on the door even sooner than you expect," Sir John promised. She pressed her hand closer into his and said, "You know I want to see you, and I want to see you," he replied. He raised her hand and touched it with his lips. Without saying any more, he walked quickly through the dancers to the door that led from the ballroom into the passage. Even as he did so, there was a patter of feet behind him. He turned round to see a very pretty woman who had been often acclaimed as one of the most influential and attractive hostesses in London. "John," she exclaimed a little breathlessly. As she reached him, she said, "You have not forgotten that you are dining with us on Tuesday night? I have a special surprise for you, but I am so afraid that you will disappear into the country and forget you promised to be my guest for dinner." "Of course I have not forgotten your party," Sir John answered. "How could I forget you?" She looked up at him, and her eyes said more than her lips. Sir John kissed her hand and said, "I will be with you at 8 o'clock. Don't worry. It is a date which is impossible to forget." "Just as I could never forget you," she said in a low voice. Because he could see several people coming from the room he had just left, Sir John released her hand and moved quickly down the passage to the front door. It was always the same, he reflected. Wherever he went, it was difficult to get away. There were always attractive women wishing to delay him when he wanted to be free. As he expected, his carriage was waiting for him outside the front door, and as he stepped into it, he said to the footman holding the door, "Tell Cochrane to take me back home as quickly as possible. I am sorry to keep him waiting, but I wanted to leave at least an hour ago." "We thinks as how you'd be ever so late, sir," the man answered with a smile. He shut the door as Sir John sank down on the seat inside. The horses moved off and were going at a very fast pace, and Sir John lay back comfortably in the carriage. He thought with a sigh that it was far later than he had intended to leave, but it was always the same at those parties. The most attractive women always seemed to come last on his list of dances. It was impossible for him to leave without being unnecessarily rude. All the same, it had been an amusing evening. He had had two of the most famous beauties in London society at his side at dinner. They had vied with each other in flattering him, and made him feel embarrassed by whispering things he had no wish to be overheard or suspected by their husbands, or, far more dangerous, older women who desired his attention. It would have been impossible for Sir John not to be aware that he was the most sought-after young man in the whole of London society. He had a reputation for being a roue, which was entirely justified. It was inevitable that a great many men were not only jealous of his success, but angry because their wives were infatuated by him. If it were not forbidden by the law and the Prince of Wales, I would call him out for a duel, more than one member of his club had said to a friend. You are not the only one saying that, the friend had replied. But while I suspect what Gilmour is after, he is too clever for them to be certain. Although the men were suspicious of him, they had to admit he was an excellent sportsman, both in the hunting field and as a gunshot at fashionable shoots. His racehorses, which were kept at Newmarket, were outstanding, and he had, they were obliged to admit, one of the finest and most impressive houses in the country. The trouble with young Gilmour, an older man at the club had said, is that he is determined never to marry, and as you all know, he avoids the ambitious mothers who want their debutante daughters to share his ancient title. If you ask me, he's too damned clever for all of us, another member asserted. While those to whom he was speaking laughed, he added, You mark my words, he will come a cropper one day, and you will find him walking up the aisle when he least expects it. There was laughter at this suggestion. At the same time, a twinkle in one or two of his friends' eyes told the speaker, and it made him very angry, that they were all well aware that the girl he was about to marry had fallen madly in love with Sir John Gilmour. So, she had broken off the engagement 1 week before the wedding was due to take place. It was no compensation at all to know that he had no intention of marrying the young girl concerned. Sir John had vowed openly that he would never marry until he was very much older and obliged to have an heir to which he could leave everything he possessed. If you ask me, one man at the club said bitterly, he'll fall on his face when he least expects it. Then we will all be able to cheer his downfall instead of praising him as you do at the moment. As he walked away, one of his friends laughed. Poor old geezer, another said. But the real truth is the Gilmour always gets the better of us, and it appears that we are all too silly and feeble, and there is nothing we can do about it. There was an audible groan from everyone, but no one contradicted him. Driving home, Sir John was admitting to himself that he felt tired. It was not only the parties he was obliged to attend every day, but he was having a somewhat wild love affair with an extremely pretty woman whose husband had been unexpectedly called to the north of England when he least expected it. His sister is very ill, the beauty told Sir John, and as William will not be back for at least a week, it gives us a chance to see each other. It meant naturally that Sir John went to their house in Belgrave Square for dinner. He was driving back home in the early hours of the morning when, as he told himself, all sensible men were asleep, so they would feel fresh and lively in the morning. Now, as the carriage stopped outside his house in Grosvenor Square, he thought to himself that he was a fool to let himself do so much, pleasant and amusing though it was. Good night, he called to his coachman. I am very sorry to have kept you up late. I will come home tomorrow at a more reasonable hour. The coachman grinned and touched his cap. We likes you to have a good time, Sir John, he said, and if your horse wins on Thursday at Newmarket, we'll all be celebrating the victory. I hope you will not be disappointed, Sir John said as he walked into the house. His valet was dutifully waiting for him, although he had obviously dozed off until his master appeared. It did not take him long to undress. When he then sank down in his large and extremely comfortable bed, it was with a sigh of relief that he would go straight to sleep and not think about anything that might demand his attention until tomorrow morning. It was only as his valet left the room and Sir John was blowing out the candles by his bedside that he saw that there was a telegram waiting for him. For a moment he just stared at it, wondering why it was there. Then he was at once aware that his secretary would not have put it there if it had not been urgent. He would undoubtedly have kept it downstairs until the morning. With a sigh, he reached for the telegram, wondering why it should need his attention at this very late hour of the night. yet he recognized that it was quite obviously of extreme importance. He sat up against his pillows and almost reluctantly opened the envelope. At a glance, the telegram appeared to be a long one, and then, as he began to read the first lines, his whole body stiffened. Holding the telegram high up so that he could see the words more clearly, he read, "Please, come and see me immediately. I only have a short time to live, and I must see you before I die. Gavron Murillo." There was no need for Sir John to ask where he must go. The telegram came from France. As Gavron Murillo was one of great importance in his life, he knew that wherever he was, he would be obliged to obey his request. It meant leaving London first thing in the morning for Paris. Sir John read the telegram through twice. Then he blew out the candle and lay down against the pillows. Could it really be true that Gavron Murillo, the man who meant so much to him and all his family, was really breathing his last? It seemed impossible. Yet he knew that Gavron Murillo would never have sent him such a message unless it had been true, and it was indeed only a question of time before he died. Looking back into the past, Sir John was aware that everything he had become was due to this one man. If he asked him to go down to hell itself, he would have been obliged to obey him. In the darkness of his room, he could remember all too clearly how young he had been when Gavron Murillo had come into his life, not just to save his father from bankruptcy, but also to change his life completely and make him the success he was now. It seemed extraordinary that one man should have changed his whole existence from misery and poverty to riches and grandeur. Yet it was exactly what Gavron Murillo had done. It seemed to Sir John that the foreigner was in every way entirely different from his father and the other men he had met when he had been at home. They had always talked desperately of what they did not own. They always bewailed and regretted the thing they had lost, and apparently had nothing to boast about in their future. Just like a whirlwind, or perhaps, as Sir John had thought later, like an archangel had dropped from the sky, Gavron Murillo had come into his father's life. From that moment, everything had changed as if he had touched it all with a magic wand. To a boy of 15, Gavron Murillo had seemed old and rather strange-looking. In fact, there was nothing of the English gentleman about him. But once he had had the good looks and the quickness of brain of a man who would inherit the earth. He had both drive and brilliance. His mother had been French, and his father was from the Far East. Monsieur Murillo had the ability of being able to pick a man who had the capability of great success, if not the thrust and the authority needed to achieve it. Sir John was never quite certain how his father had first met the Oriental, but for some reason that had always puzzled him, that they had become good friends. It was perhaps in the Englishman and his very long family tree that Gavron Murillo had seen what he himself lacked, but which he would have loved to possess. Whether it was that or other reasons, Sir John had never known exactly what had happened. But he was well aware that Gavron had taken over, for the moment, his father's place as the head of the family, and began to direct everything in an entirely different way from which it had been directed before, and it had led to success. The Gilmour ancient house in the country had been filled with workmen cleaning up the dirt of centuries and making it seem double its size. It was now so very different from what it had been before that many people came from all over the country to admire it. Inside, the ancestral pictures of the Gilmour family were cleaned, repaired, polished, and then reframed until the picture gallery was one of the most talked about and admired of all private collections. Where there had been 1 or 2 gardeners, there were now a dozen, and the garden began to look as it had once been planned. To Sir John, it was as if he was swept on wings into another world altogether. He was taken away from the school he was at and sent to Eton, and from there he went on later to study at Oxford University. In the holidays, he found himself wildly excited by the horse he was given to ride and the racecourse which was built in the grounds of their home. There were endless high jumps he was expected to take and not be afraid that he would fall off in doing so. Because his father had suddenly become important in the social world, Sir John found himself having parties at his home in the holidays, while he himself was invited by some of the most influential families in England to hunt or shoot with their sons, with whom he had either been at school or university. It was when he passed his 21st birthday he gave parties not only for his friends he had met at school, but had also entertained at their new house in Grosvenor Square. He had discovered almost overnight that he was one of the many young men who were sought out by the ambitious mothers of debutantes, and was expected, sooner or later, to choose one as his wife. As everything about Gavron Murillo happened as if the ground opened when he ordered it to do so, or the stars came down from heaven to shine at his command, Sir John felt as if he had stepped from hell into heaven, or rather from penury to great wealth. That, in fact, was indeed the truth. It was really because Gavron Murillo had needed his father's title, and had paid with amazing generosity for the use of it. He had made him rich beyond his dreams, and in consequence more influential than he had ever been. As he had suddenly sprung into great success, many people had sought his companionship, and it was Gavron Murillo who had made the most of it. "Your father is brilliant," people would say to Sir John at parties. He knew from the wild enthusiasm with which they spoke, and the light in their eyes, that, in some magical way, Gavron had taught his father. He had benefited his friends as well as himself, and they were exceedingly grateful for what they had received. It was all like a fairy tale in a book. Even now Sir John found it difficult to realize how different Gavron had made his father's life and his own. His mother had died when he was only 14. She had therefore not known about the magic wand which had changed his rather quiet and dull existence into an incomparable success. It was to Sir John as if he was being propelled into an almost breathless way towards a winning post which, in the past, he had not even realized existed. It was not only the house in the country which had been crumbling for so long that most people had forgotten its existence, that was made new and greatly admired. Because the house in London had been sold for a mere pittance, as they could not afford to keep it open or in any way repair it, John suddenly found that the house in Grosvenor Square which his father now owned was one of the most impressive in Mayfair. The ballroom was continually being lent to their friends for balls, receptions, and weddings, and they were deeply grateful for being able to enjoy the luxury of it all. If he had enjoyed his time at Eton rather than the school at which he had spent his first 3 years, he had found that his college at Oxford University gave him the chance to excel not just in the classroom, but on the river as well. He became an excellent oarsman, and when Oxford beat Cambridge, it was claimed that it was John Gilmour who had made it possible. He was feted and admired by a great number of the friends he had made at Oxford, but he never imagined for one moment that he would find himself one of the most sought-after young men in the whole of Mayfair. There was never a party or a ball that he was not invited to. Besides the invitations in London, those to parties, race meetings, and hunting in the country became more numerous year by year. As he often told himself, it was due entirely to the organization, intelligence, and drive of one man. Nothing his father had achieved would have been possible without Gavron Murillo helping him, guiding him, and making sure that everything he touched turned at once to gold. As he grew older, he often asked himself how it was possible for one man to have changed his father's life, and his in such an extraordinary manner. But he had realized, because by this time he was exceedingly intelligent, that if Gavron Murillo had meant much to them, they meant a great deal to him. He had the brains, but he was not yet at that time in the right position to get in touch with the people who he needed for the development and expansion of the many companies he owned and financed. The fact that he was so close to John's father gave him exactly the social position he needed in France. Of course, there was no question of him not being able to be introduced to anyone who he wished to meet in England, once John's father could afford it. They might have been forgotten and ignored when they were poor, but there was little doubt that the Gilmour family tree was one of the oldest and finest in Debrett's peerage. If Gavron Murillo had made John's father's wealth more fantastic than it had ever been before, he certainly lifted him from the loneliness and the depression of never being able to afford what he wanted. He made him into a rich man who had the pleasure of owning not only one of the most famous ancient houses in England, but one that was greatly admired by everyone who saw it. John, when he turned 25, had a huge party at Gilmour Hall. His guests rode on the racecourse and swam in the great lake and danced the night away in the ballroom. When John was a child, the ballroom had only been used for depositing broken china and furniture that no one wanted. Now he thought that his life was almost like a fairy story, but he had no idea what would happen next. What did happen was, however, inevitable. Because his father was so rich and ended up with his own pack of hounds, it was on one winter's day when the ground was very dangerous after a severe frost that his horse fell at a jump. It not only threw its rider but rolled on him. That night, John became the head of the family in his father's place and inherited the illustrious baronetcy of Gilmour that was more than 400 years old. He knew that the responsibilities which he had to undertake would not only occupy him as he had never been occupied before, but it would also give him a feeling of power and influence that had belonged to his father. He had already, under Gavron's orders, become the chairman of several industrial companies. He was also on the board of a number of national companies of great standing, and these had increased year by year. Because he was aware that everything he did was reported back to France, where Gavron now spent most of his time, he was exceedingly careful, however great the temptation, not to let anything interfere with the businesses that he had been given, which after his father's death had increased in the most amazing way. Sometimes he wondered if he was doing too much, even though he was still very young and healthy. Then he told himself that he would be a fool not to do exactly as he was told by the man who had transformed his father into the position they were now in, which he had most gratefully inherited on his father's death. "I am lucky, indeed luckier than I can possibly say," he often told himself. Yet now, when he least expected it, Gavron Murillo was dying. It was very hard for Sir John to realize that this was true. He had known, of course, that Gavron was getting old, and that he was nearing his 80th birthday. But because he was so vivacious and so brilliant in business, in fact, in everything he did, it had never struck him for one moment that Gavron might die now. There were so many things he had planned for the future. Some of them were only on paper and had not been put into operation, but they would be. There was no doubt about that. They would, quite naturally, be just as successful as everything else that Gavron had planned and produced. Yet now he was dying, and for a moment Sir John thought that if Gavron did die, everything he had created would die with him. Then he knew that this must not happen. There was only one person who could prevent it from happening, and that was himself. I must go to him, he thought. Perhaps it is all a mistake, and he will recover and be back in operation in a month or so. Then he knew that the telegram would never have been sent if Gavron Murillo had not believed it to be true. I must go to him at once, Sir John determined. He wished that somehow he could fly from his bed to Paris. Then he told himself that, as Gavron had taught him, the one thing that he had to be was practical, sensible, and at the same time imaginative. And I must leave as soon as it is light, he decided, because I want my brain to work as Gavron would want it to do. I must have a little sleep, if only for a few hours. He rang the bell for his valet, who had only left him a little while ago. If he was asleep, the bell was arranged so that it rang at the head of his bed and would wake him up. As he expected, only a few minutes later, the door opened. You rang, Sir John, the valet said. Yes, Hogarth, Sir John replied. I have to leave for Paris at first light. Let me sleep until 7 o'clock, and then I will need to reach Dover as quickly as possible. Hogarth was well used to the unexpected, and so he asked no questions. I will see to it, Sir John, he replied. He went from the room, shutting the door behind him, and Sir John lay down in the bed against his pillows. So for God's sake, Gavron, he said in his mind, don't die before I am with you. If you leave me now, there is so much for me to carry on without you. Wherever you will be, I will need your help. Because everything to do with Gavron Murillo had always been so truly fantastic, John would not have been surprised if a star had fallen in through his window, or the moon had suddenly lit the whole place with an unexpected glimmer of light. But there was only the darkness of the night. As he closed his eyes, he wondered what the future would hold, and if, wherever Gavron Murillo might turn up, he would be able to help him. Sir John was deeply asleep when he was aware that the curtains were being drawn back from the windows and that Hogarth was in the room. Just for a moment, he wondered why he was there. Then he remembered the telegram and that Gavron wanted him. He sprang out of bed and went into his bathroom where he began to wash. There was obviously no time to bring up hot water for his bath from the kitchen, as was usual. He was sure that Hogarth, who had been with him for a good long time, would have ordered a carriage to be waiting for him almost as soon as he was roused. He was not mistaken. A tired butler was waiting with his breakfast in the dining room when he went downstairs. He ate quickly and heard his luggage being taken to the front door. When he went outside, the sun was only just rising in the east. The travelling chaise that was drawn by 4 of his fastest horses was waiting for him at the door. Without being told, Hogarth was already seated in the chaise. As Sir John climbed in, the horses started off as if they too were impatient to be on their way. It took them 2.5 hours to reach Dover without a break. As Sir John had anticipated, there was a ferry in the harbour which would be leaving within half an hour of his arrival. Having travelled at an almost record speed, he told the coachman to be careful and give the horses a good rest before they returned to London and then to take them extra slowly. I thinks of that myself, Sir John, the coachman replied. Sir John smiled at him. I thought you would, he answered. At the same time, it's the right thing for me to say. Both men laughed, and the coachman added, I hope you have a good time in Paris, Sir John. I'll be waiting for you when you returns, if you'll let me know when that'll be. Of course I will. I'll let you know, Sir John replied, and thank you for driving me so well. He then went aboard the ferry without waiting for the man to reply, and found that the best private cabin was available. He thought that he would continue to rest once the ferry was under way. Actually, he found this to be impossible, as he was thinking all the time of Gavron Murillo and praying that this was a false alarm. If he does die, Sir John asked himself, how can I cope with all the things he had his finger on in England and all over the world? Yet he knew only too well that, although his father had been the most senior person on the board of some businesses, it was actually Gavron who told him what to do and what to aim for. It was the same where he was concerned, except that he only took a small part in the different businesses of which his father had been the chairman. Yet suddenly, when his father died, he found himself taking his place and knowing that it was Gavron who had insisted on it and forced the other members of the board to agree. Because of his excellent education and because, too, his father had confided in him, all the difficulties as well as all the successes of the companies in which Gavron had a part were, Sir John knew, due to the brilliance of Gavron in always picking the right man for the right job. Therefore, every company had managed to be more successful year by year. This meant more profits for his father and then for himself. How can I cope without him? He asked himself again. He was desperately afraid that he might fail when Gavron was no longer there to advise, direct, and protect him. After all, although he had worked in the different companies almost from the moment that he had finished his education, he was honest enough to know that at just over 29 he still had a great deal to learn. He had always relied on Gavron Murillo to guide and protect him, and for one frightening moment he felt as if everything his father had built up and he had inherited was in distinct danger. Then he told himself that this was not the moment to be afraid or in any way foolish. He was a man, and if he had to carry on alone, then he must just pray that he would not fail either Gavron or himself. Because he was in a hurry to reach Paris, it seemed to him as if he was travelling for a long time. Every passing minute was so dangerous, because it might prevent him seeing Gavron before he actually died. It was late on the following day before he finally reached Paris. Driving to the Champs-Élysées, he found himself praying fervently that Gavron would still be alive. His house in the Champs-Élysées was redolent of the success he had made for himself, and typical, Sir John thought, in the fact that it seemed to have a kind of feeling of defiance about it, as if it challenged the world outside. It was what he had always thought about Gavron himself. It seemed so strange that he was not standing, as he invariably did, in the elaborate and exquisitely furnished drawing-room, holding out his hand to the newcomer. It was, in fact, a doctor who appeared almost a few seconds after Sir John had been shown into the drawing-room, which overlooked the colourful garden. "I am Dr. Rohan," he said in French, "and I am very glad that you have arrived, Sir John." "You mean that Gavron Murillo is still alive?" he asked. The doctor nodded. "At the moment he is," he answered, still speaking in French, "and also coherent. He is most anxious to see you, which has kept him from dying. I will take you up to him right away." There was nothing that Sir John could say. He followed the doctor up the wide stairs to a room on the first floor. It was a beautiful room, furnished with a taste which was French, but it had a beauty and elegance about it that was essentially English. Gavron Murillo was lying in a huge bed hung with curtains. When Sir John walked up to the side of the bed, he realized that Gavron Murillo was looking very pale, and at the same time, very old. Because he had always been so very much alive and enthusiastic about everything in his life, he had never seemed old. But now, because he was lying still and prostrate, the lines on his face said quite clearly that he was far older than he had ever appeared to be previously. Sir John sat down beside the bed and put his hand into Gavron's. "I have come," he said, "and I only wish that there was something I could do to make you well and fit." For a moment, the hand he was touching seemed to be cold as if the owner was already dead. Then Gavron opened his eyes at which many men had quailed, but just as many had looked upon with delight and thankfulness. "So, you are here," Gavron said in a voice Sir John could hardly hear. "Now, listen. I want you to do one thing for me. One thing I want more than anything else, which only you can do." "I will do anything you want," Sir John promised. "You have been so wonderful to my father and to me. You know I would do anything to show how grateful I am." The dying man smiled. Then he said, "That is what I want to hear. I want you to promise me that you will do what I ask of you." "And of course I will," Sir John replied. "I will do anything you wish to show my gratitude." For a moment there was silence. Then Gavron Murillo said, in a voice which seemed to almost burst from his lips, "I want you to marry my daughter." Chapter 2. For a moment Sir John was too astonished to move or speak. He just stood looking at the old man as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, and that it was impossible to move. Then he said in a voice which did not sound like his own, "Did you say, Gavron, you want me to marry your daughter?" "That is what I am asking of you," Gavron Murillo answered, "and what I want more than anything else before I die." "We have no wish for you to die," Sir John said. "You know how much you mean to all of us. How can we possibly do without you?" Gavron smiled. "It comes to everyone," he replied. "We cannot evade it, however much one tries. I am dying, my dear John, but before I die, I want to be sure that my daughter is protected from those who will attempt to steal from her the money I have made for her." Sir John drew in his breath. He knew at once that it would be impossible for him to refuse what Gavron Murillo was lying there asking of him. At the same time, he had always had a horror of being rushed into marriage. Almost before he had left Eton and gone to Oxford, women were more or less forcing their daughters on him because his father was so rich. He also had an ancient and revered title. If he had not been aware of it then, he would have been very stupid, which he was not. When he became part of the social society in which the debutantes of the year were presented to the world, he knew that the moment he entered a ballroom, the dowager's eyes were upon him. It was only a question of time, and sometimes little more than a minute, before they came up to say, "I am so fond of your mother, and your father has always been a very great friend. I want you to meet my daughter, who is a debutante this year, and who I am sure you will find most charming and amusing, besides being an outstanding dancer." This was inevitably followed up by an invitation to dinner or yet another ball. If these were refused, he could expect an invitation to a country house where the girl in question was to be found at weekends. It was so predictable that at first it was a joke, and then it became a bore. He knew only too well that, as his father's only son, and the fact that he had in some way become the owner of an immense fortune, he was one of the most eligible young men of the social world. He was indeed sensible enough, and not particularly conceited, in being aware that his appearance was exactly what every girl hoped to find in a husband. In fact, it was only a few weeks after he had come to London that he could count on his 2 hands the number of girls who had been pressed upon him as being a suitable wife. It was this, and the fact that he knew that most of the mothers, at any rate, were more interested in his position in society and his money than his character, or, as he put it more bluntly, himself. "When I marry," he thought, "and it will not be for a very long time, I will marry because someone loves me as a man, and not as the owner of a title or property and a huge bank balance. Yet he was wise enough to laugh at himself, because he knew that these sentiments could not count at all in the social world. If he was to seek anything different, it would mean perhaps travelling abroad or searching in the countryside for someone who admired him for just himself and himself alone. Then, as the years passed by, he became more and more cynical, and he knew before he entered a ballroom that the dowagers would be waiting for him. The girls would be peeping towards the door so as not to miss his arrival. It was only 3 or 4 years later that he decided he would never marry until he was old, and wanted to be certain that there was an heir to carry on his possessions and spend his large fortune as he wanted it spent. He was not exactly certain what this meant. But one thing of which he was quite sure was that if he had children, especially a daughter, he would make sure that she was married for herself and not for his money. The difficulty, of course, lay in the fact that to have a daughter, he himself had to be married. Although he enjoyed himself at the many festivities which took place every night in London, he was cynically aware that the women who wanted him as a man were those who were already married, and so had no chance of becoming his wife. "You ought to get married soon," his family had said to him not once but 1,000 times. "There is plenty of time," he always replied. "It will be when I retire from business and pleasure and settle down in the country." "Your wife might find that rather dull," one of his relations had pointed out. "Then I will certainly not marry anyone who is not content with me and does not need to entertain royalty or fill Gilmour Hall with weekend guests who invariably have an ulterior motive when they visit me." "You are quite impossible," more than one of his relations had said to him. As they said it sharply with a ring of anger in their voices, he knew they had been certain that their plea for him to take a wife would be accepted. Yet now, when he had least expected it to happen, he was confronted with what he felt was the most amazing and appalling problem he had ever faced. How, he asked himself, could he possibly refuse to give a dying man his last wish? Especially the man who had saved his father from bankruptcy, and who had helped him all his life to become richer and more influential year by year. And someone to whom his family owed such a debt of gratitude it would be impossible to put into words. It was not gratitude Gavron wanted. He was well aware of that. Because for the moment he could think of nothing else to say, he said in a rather quiet voice, "I had no idea you had a daughter, Gavron. In fact, I always believed that you had never married." There was a pause, and then the old man replied, "Sit down, and I will tell you what no one else knows, which has been a secret all through my life." Sir John found that he had a chair just behind him. He sat down, as he had been told to do, drawing his chair a little closer so that he would not miss one word of what the dying man was about to tell him. Even as he did so, he felt his head whirling. It was as if, quite suddenly, the earth had opened in front of him, and he was no longer on safe ground. There was a pause for a moment, while the old man shut his eyes as if he was about to fall asleep. Then he opened them again and said, "I know this is a surprise to you, John, but I can only beg you to understand why I have not spoken of my daughter before, or the fact that I was married." "I'm listening," Sir John replied. "You know that if you wish I will keep everything that you may say to me a secret." He did not know why he had said this, except that it seemed so strange that Gavron should have been married when everyone thought he was indifferent to women and interested only in money. As if he read his thoughts, Gavron mumbled, "Money has mattered to me a great deal, because I used my brain and every drop of blood in my body in my effort to make myself rich. I really had no time as other men have for seeking women, and then making them an essential part of my existence." "I have always thought you were like that," Sir John murmured. "That is what I wanted you and everyone else to think," Gavron replied. "But when I was a very young man, something happened that made it easier than I had expected to remain unmarried and concentrate only on money." Sir John did not speak. After a long pause, and as if he was looking back into the past, Gavron began. "When I was 25, I was sent by my father to discover what I could about Thailand, and why it was not developing as it should." John was listening intently. He felt that this was the beginning of a story he had always wanted to hear, but had always found it difficult to make Gavron talk about his past. He had become quite certain that those around him knew very little of what must have been the start of a great adventure. Almost as if he knew what Sir John was thinking, the old man said, "My father was aware that I was determined to make a fortune. He had, however, since I was 17, taken me with him when he visited those for whom he was working and those he was advising. Whenever he talked to me, it was usually about money and how it had been used successfully by some countries and lost by others through what he called sheer ignorance." The old man stopped speaking, as if it was too much for him. Then Sir John said quickly, "Would you like something to drink?" No, was the reply. What I'm saying, it has to be said. All I want you to do is to listen." "I'm listening," Sir John assured him. "As I said when I was 25, Gavron continued, when I was sent by my father to Thailand, which he felt was a place that was not fully appreciated by the English or by the people themselves." He paused for breath before he went on. "I was told to send in a report every month and to make friends with everyone I met, especially the English, who were, he said, already interested in Thailand and its people. He was quite certain that they had little knowledge of the country's capabilities." Again the old man paused, and Sir John said, "I have visited Thailand, and I thought it extremely beautiful. Some of the buildings are exquisite." "There is much to be seen outwardly, especially in Bangkok," Gavron replied. "But things were much rougher and more difficult when I first went there." He then closed his eyes for a moment, as if he was looking back into the dim past. Sir John could not think of anything particular to say, and therefore remained silent. Then Gavron opened his eyes and continued, "I was nearly 26 when the English sent out an extremely distinguished man to arrange and, in fact, to introduce to Thailand what was later to become the British Embassy. Viscount Sternwood was then one of the most admired men in London." He took another deep breath. He had recently lost his wife, and was therefore in deep mourning. He carried on. It meant that he would not have gay parties at the embassy, nor were invitations easily forthcoming to anyone arriving from Europe. At the same time, he was a man who was respected wherever he went, although a number of people found him somewhat awe-inspiring. He stopped for a moment, and then he resumed. "I was not surprised when an introduction from the Viscount arrived for my father, and I was told that he was certain I would learn a great deal. Equally, I was warned to be very careful, not to upset him in any way. He coughed for a moment before he continued. I went to dine at the embassy to find that it was a party of men he considered influential in Thailand. There was only the one female present, and it was surprisingly his daughter. Lady Evelyn, well, she was an astonishment to me. I thought from the moment I set eyes on her that she was one of the loveliest women I have ever seen or met. There was a dreamy look in his eyes as he added, she had fair hair and blue eyes as was traditionally English. She also had a soft, sweet charm, which seemed to me in many ways different from all the women I had met in my life. He sighed as he went on. Because we were both young, we said very little during dinner, and the conversation was what the Viscount wanted to hear. It was, as far as I was concerned, not particularly interesting. When dinner was over, we moved into a large and comfortable sitting room. The moon and the stars, they were glittering outside, and I instinctively followed the Viscount's daughter when she went out through the long French windows into the garden. He coughed again, weakly, before he went on. That was the beginning. I fell in love with her, and as she told me later, she fell in love with me the moment that we met. There was a poignant silence, but Sir John did not speak. Eventually Gavron carried on with his tale. You can imagine that I was intelligent enough to realize that there was no chance of me being in any way accepted by the Viscount as a prospective son-in-law. In fact, as Evelyn told me, her father was already looking through the pedigrees of English families he considered important and distinguished enough to be connected with his. But you fell in love, Sir John murmured. Of course I fell in love, was the reply. She was the loveliest woman I have ever encountered. Soft and gentle and different in every way from the women I had danced with and who had pursued me in London. There was silence. After the old man seemed as though he might have gone to sleep, Sir John inquired, So, you married her? Gavron laughed, and it was a rather strange sound. Do you imagine that the Viscount would accept for a single moment as a prospective husband for his only daughter, a man who was a foreigner who, in his opinion, as I learnt later, he thought of as someone from the East, who was black and of no significance, except as a servant? Sir John was surprised. Did he really think like that? I am sure that the majority of Englishmen at that time thought anyone who was not white-skinned was not capable of being what they call ladies and gentlemen. So what happened? Sir John asked curiously. Evelyn left Bangkok to go and stay with her old governess, to whom she was devoted, who had come east to teach in a convent school. She taught the young girls who might later become nuns and who wished to work amongst the poor and sick in Bangkok. So you were able to visit her? Sir John quizzed him, feeling that this was obviously almost the end of the story. Her governess was a music teacher who was continually out at night, playing with a number of her more intelligent pupils, to some visiting clergy or distinguished parents of those who were being educated in one part of the convent. Sir John smiled. So, you were alone? We were alone, and I was desperately afraid that she would be taken away from me if her father decided to return to England. So, what happened? Sir John asked. There was silence for a moment, and then the old man said, I shall never forget the shock it gave me when Evelyn told me that she was with child. My child. You can understand the joy I felt was mixed with fear of what her father would say. Of course, I told her that she must marry me, and the only way we could do it wisely without there being a furious row was for us to get married and tell her father afterwards. There is no hurry, Evelyn said. It takes 9 months to have a child, and at the moment only 1.5 has passed. We can think about it later. It is wonderful being with you. But if Papa takes me away, as undoubtedly he will, when he finds out about us, I will never see you again. Gavron looked sad as he went on. The idea was really frightening to both of us. We therefore met at night, and I took care that the Viscount did not have the slightest idea that I was seeing his daughter, or that I loved her. Sir John was listening intently, but he thought it a mistake as he was talking slowly, as if he was very tired, to make unnecessary remarks when he paused. I don't suppose, Gavron went on eventually, that you remember the fuss and commotion there was when the Viscount was fired at during a procession in Thailand, and was so badly wounded that it was thought the best thing possible would be for him to return home. Again he paused before resuming. It was then Evelyn clung to me and said she could not leave me, especially as she was carrying my child. But if she told her father about what had happened, it would undoubtedly kill him. You cannot leave me, you cannot leave me, she kept crying over and over again. I found it too difficult to think what we should do. There was silence for such a long time that Sir John felt obliged to say, You must tell me what happened. I was thinking that myself, the old man replied. I decided I would go alone to the Viscount and tell him that I loved his daughter and she loved me, and ask him his permission for us to be married. Only if he refused would I admit that, as Evelyn was carrying my child, it was essential that we were married, quietly and secretly in Bangkok, or I went home with them, and we were married in England. He sighed before he went on. Knowing just what the Viscount would feel about being saddled with what he considered her black son-in-law, I thought it would be wiser to be married secretly in Bangkok. However, Evelyn was against this, and for the first time we quarreled and disagreed about what to both of us was something so important that we had to make a decision one way or the other. Again there was silence. Now Sir John was forced to ask, Tell me what you decided. It was decided for us, the old man answered. The Viscount died of his wounds, and the British insisted that he should be taken with as much state as possible, to be buried with his forebears in the ancestral family church where his castle was situated. Did his daughter have to go with him? Sir John asked. Gavron shook his head. No. Evelyn refused to leave, as I thought that she would do, and her friend the governess said that she was not in a fit state to do so. If she travelled with such a large body of people, she said that they might guess that Evelyn was carrying a child. She would be desperately upset and disturbed by the way they behaved, and the manner in which they would scorn her. But I said that they should marry me immediately, and to this the governess agreed. He went on to explain, "We were married in the chapel of the convent. It was small and dark, and the service was not as impressive as I would have liked it to be. But then at least you were man and wife," Sir John said. "That was all that really mattered, as far as we were concerned," Gavron answered. "But once she was my wife, Evelyn refused to return home with her father's body, and insisted that she should stay with her governess." "And the family accepted it?" John asked. "She was very positive, and quite frankly they were so upset at the Viscount's death from his wounds," the old man went on, "and the effect it would have on the people in England, that they were not prepared to exert themselves tremendously about Evelyn." "I suppose I could understand that," Sir John said. "Equally, the family must have questioned her reasons for not wishing to be at her father's funeral." "I think, looking back, that they were so concerned with what effect it would have on them, that they did not worry particularly about a member of the family of whom they had seen very little." "So she stayed behind? With you?" Sir John asked. "Yes, she stayed behind," he affirmed. "But because she thought that those who saw us might well guess that she was with child, which had obviously been conceived before we were married, no one was aware that we meant anything to each other, except the governess." "I think that was wise," Sir John agreed. "So wise that when Evelyn died, giving birth to our daughter, no one in her family had the slightest idea that she had been married, or that she had had a daughter." "You did not tell them?" Sir John exclaimed. "What was the point?" Gavron questioned. "If they had known, they would have been horrified at Evelyn marrying what her father would have called a black man. It was quite obvious to me, from what I had heard, that my daughter would never be accepted by the family, nor would my family welcome the orphan. She would undoubtedly be denounced by the present Viscount, in the same way as his father would have done." "Then what happened?" John asked breathlessly. He was thinking that the whole story was the most extraordinary one that he had ever listened to. "My daughter, Melita, as she was christened, stayed with her governess and became, as she grew older, a part of the convent." He smiled at Sir John. "There were quite a number of younger girls who had either lost their parents," Gavron went on, "or as day boarders came from an English family to find the cheapest and most effective way of having their child schooled. In fact, at one time there were nearly 20 English children in the convent, although they varied as their parents came or went, or had other ambitions for them, where languages were required." "Did you see your daughter often?" "Only when I could get to Thailand, which was not always every year," the old man answered. "One thing I do know was that she was exactly like her mother, and just as beautiful. In fact, the old governess told me before she died that she was one of the most talked about and admired pupils at the convent." "Which is where she has been ever since?" "Yes, and she has been very happy on the whole," Gavron said. "She is now 21, and she has been teaching the younger pupils to sing and dance, and from what I learned when I was last there, she herself has learned a great number of languages simply because she wished to talk to the new children when they arrived." There was silence, and then Gavron said, "I promise you that, although you have not met my daughter, I am not exaggerating when I tell you that she is beautiful as her mother, and she has every characteristic you would expect from someone who is related to the Viscount Sternwood. Sir John had often heard his father talk about the Viscount, whose castle was greatly admired. At the same time, the idea of marrying a woman whose blood was half Oriental made him feel that he was suddenly facing a problem he had never, in his whole life, expected. How was it ever possible that he could marry the daughter of this unusual Oriental, even though his daughter also had the blood of one of England's greatest families? Almost as if he had been thinking aloud, Gavron now said, "I know what you are thinking. I felt the same myself. But if my daughter is as beautiful as her mother, I assure you that there is no resemblance to myself in her, except when I flatter myself in emphasizing that she has my brain." He gave a chuckle before he continued. "What more can a young man ask than to marry a woman who has the looks of the Sternwood family and the brains of mine?" Sir John laughed as if he could not help himself. Then he said, "I promise you that I will do my best to make your daughter happy, just as you have made my father and me extremely happy. In fact, if you had not stepped in when you did and behaved as if you had been sent down from heaven especially for us, we might be penniless. No one could ever refuse to thank you for all that you have done for us." "I admired your father enormously," Gavron said, "and I don't believe that you will ever regret marrying my daughter, even though at this moment it seems to you a frightening thing to do." There was silence for a short while, and then Sir John said, "Suppose she does not wish to marry me?" "I think she will understand that. If she does, I will die happy, and as I am the only relation she can remember, I mean as much to her as she means to me." Sir John thought that there was no answer to this, and so he merely inquired, "How shall I meet her? And when?" "I have not asked her to come here because there is no need for her to be forced to watch me die," the old man answered. "What I want you to do, and I feel sure that you can carry out my wishes, is to come here and see me as often as you can. Then, when I finally leave this world, you go at once to Melita and tell her my last wish was that you and she should be married." Sir John thought for a moment. "But surely you wish, Gavron, to be present at the marriage. We could be married at your bedside. It would be quite easy to find an English priest to do so." "You're being very stupid, my dear boy," he said. "I have no wish for my daughter to start her marriage to you in any strange or unusual way. I am giving orders now that she should return to England and to her mother's family, and tell them who she is and that she is engaged to you." John drew in his breath, and Gavron continued, "They will be very discreet, I am certain, over her father, and it will not be difficult if I am no longer there to contradict any unpleasant and nasty things that they say about me. What is important is that she is a member, and there is no doubt about that, of the Sternwood family, and they must accept her, which they will most surely do, especially because she is marrying you." It was impossible for Sir John to argue against this. He could only think that it was typical of Gavron to have worked out something which would undoubtedly end exactly as he wanted it to do. As granddaughter of the late Viscount Sternwood, and to marry one of the most eligible young men in all of London society, would indeed be a wedding that everyone would wish to attend. It would undoubtedly cause a great deal of talk and excitement, and the fact that the bride's father had a strange Oriental name could easily be forgotten. The English press would surely concentrate on the fact that her father was one of the premier noblemen in England, and her future husband was the son of one of the richest. There was a pause before either of the men spoke. Then Sir John said very quietly, "I agree with everything that you have said, and of course, as usual, your idea is totally faultless. But I have every wish to meet my future wife before we are actually married." Again there was a silence, and then Gavron opened his eyes, which had been closed for some minutes. "While we have been talking here so intimately and pleasantly," he said very slowly, "my daughter, Melita, has left from Thailand and is on her way. She should be here today or tomorrow. When you meet her, I think you will find that she is everything I have described to you, and you will not be disappointed." The last words trailed away, as Sir John stared at him, finding it hard to believe exactly what he had heard. The old man shut his eyes. There was a smile at the corner of his lips, as if he was amused at having, as Sir John was to say later, the last word. It was the last word, because as he leant forward to argue with Gavron, he realized that having got what he wanted, he had passed on to the world beyond the world, in which, as far as we all know, all men are equal. Chapter 3. Sir John then went back to the hotel where he was staying, feeling as if the whole world had fallen apart, and that he was staring into a long darkness that he could not decipher. He could scarcely believe that what had happened had not been part of a dream. At the same time, his brain told him that this was a situation that he must force himself to comprehend. He knew, as Gavron Murillo was so important, that once it was announced that he was dead, a great number of people in Paris would wish to attend his funeral. Although they would not be able to arrive in time for the funeral, there would be an enormous reaction to the news in Thailand. What was more, there would be much questioning as to where his relations were and who should be informed of his death. In the years which he had built up his immense fortune, he had been in close contact with many different companies. He had not only been interested in inventions which came from the East, but also anything new and unusual which was invented on the continent and in England. Sir John could think of a dozen Englishmen who had profited, like his father, because Gavron had given them new ideas, and, of course, the finance to put them into practice. "I suppose," he thought to himself, "I must attend his funeral. But most important of all, I must be here when his daughter arrives, and make absolutely sure that she does not announce what her father planned for her until we have talked it over and decided what is the best way to go about it." Even as he thought of this, every nerve in his body told him that he did not wish to get married. As he had said so often, he wanted to wait until he was much older before he took on a wife and a family. Most of all, he hated the idea of being tied to one woman, and of being a part of her from which he could not escape. As it was impossible for him to sit down and consider it quietly, he walked around the sitting room. He stood for a long time at the window, gazing out blindly. He did not see the traffic beneath him, but himself imprisoned and in chains. He felt that this was how it would be in the future if he was to have a wife, who, however rich she might be, would almost be a stigma of her father's blood. "Why is this happening to me?" he asked himself, as a million men had asked themselves over and over again, only to find that there was no answer, and fate invariably went uncontested. As he had come in answer to Gavron's telegram, he had not notified anyone that he would be visiting Paris. He dined alone, thinking that tomorrow he must go round to the house and find out what was being done about Gavron's funeral, and if there was any information about his daughter's arrival from the east. It was, however, impossible for him to sleep. He lay awake, thinking of the misery of being tied to a woman he did not love. But knowing that, as he had given his solemn word of honour to her father before he died, he would be obliged to marry her. She might well be attractive and beautiful. At the same time, the mere fact that she was his wife would imprison him in a way he had not been tied up before, and it was a fate that he was determined to avoid at any cost. Because he could not sleep, he was up earlier than he intended. He walked out and ordered a carriage to the house where he had left Gavron Murillo. But he felt again, as he entered through the front door, that he was walking into a prison from which there was no means of escape. He was greeted by the housekeeper and the butler, who told him that Gavron's manager would be arriving very shortly. They offered Sir John coffee or champagne while he was waiting for the man, and because it was still early, and as he was never a great drinker, he asked for a small cup of coffee. Then he walked to the window to look out at the abundant flowers in the garden, and all he could see was imprisonment for himself. He wanted, more than he had ever wanted anything, to escape from it all by going back to England. But he knew to do so would be an ungracious and most unkind action to a man who had done so much for his father and himself, a man who had trusted him before he died with what was his most precious possession, his daughter. I must behave decently towards her for her father's sake, Sir John told himself firmly. Then he turned round sharply as the door opened. It was an elderly man who came in. He had, Sir John knew, worked with Gavron for many years, and he was undoubtedly the most senior of his very long and large entourage. The man, who was French, held out his hand. "It's a great pleasure to find you here, Sir John," he said. "You are one of the first people I would have been obliged to notify today of Monsieur Murillo's death. But now I need your help, which I am sure you will be able to give me." "If I can, then of course I will," Sir John replied. "I suppose that you will want my esteemed master to have a funeral which will be worthy of his name, and which, for those who have been helped by him, will attend from all over the world?" "Do you think," Sir John said after a long pause, "that is what he would have wanted?" The manager looked at him sharply. "I think we are both aware," he said, "that he would have disliked it. He was always against those who wished to express their gratitude for what he had done for them, by giving huge parties, or giving him presents to express the thanks to which that they could not put into words." "That is true enough," Sir John agreed. He hated, as he often stated, having to express his gratitude for cups and decorations he had won, which he had to accept with an enthusiasm he was far from feeling. "That is exactly what I thought you would say," the manager replied. "Therefore, why should he not have a quiet funeral which he himself would prefer, and leave the rest to the newspapers, who will have a great deal to say about him anyways?" "Well, that is just what I feel he would want, and what I would want myself," Sir John said. "As he has no family in France to protest, let him be taken to the grave quietly, with those only like you and myself present." The manager's eyes glistened. "That is what I hoped you would say. As I see it, there is only one difficulty, and that is I received a telegram to say that a very close friend of his is on her way here, but I don't expect that the ship will be arriving for maybe 3 or 4 days. The way he spoke told Sir John that the manager had not been told that the lady expected was Gavron's daughter. He therefore said, "I leave it in your hands to arrange that Gavron is put to rest quietly and decently, but without the palaver and commotion that he would undoubtedly have disliked." "I am delighted that you should feel like that," the manager said. "That is exactly what I will do. I know where Gavron would like to be buried, and when his friend arrives, it will be too late to make any alterations." He then returned to his hotel in the knowledge that the efficiency Gavron had demanded in the last years of his life would not fail him when it became more personal. He knew before he left that the manager would not tell the newspapers of Gavron's death until everything was arranged for the funeral that would be held as quickly and as simply as possible. He was to be buried, Sir John learnt later, in the Catholic Church where he was accepted, although he had not been a Roman Catholic in his lifetime. However, Sir John learnt later that a large donation to the church made it easy for them to accept the body of anyone so generous. Back at his hotel, Sir John made no effort to get in touch with the many friends he knew in Paris. He had, since he had become older, usually spent a few weeks in France every year. The racing interested him, and he found the theatres were more amusing than those in London. He had also been intrigued, if that was the right word, by attractive French women who could make a man amused and delighted from the moment they met. They never whined or wept when he left them. Although he had travelled over a large part of the world, Sir John had to admit that he enjoyed being in Paris more than any other city. His friends, who were very numerous, were almost waiting at the door for him to visit. Because he thought it a mistake to tell them that he was in the city, he resented the reason for his loneliness even more than he resented why he was forced to be alone until Melita's ship reached port. Because the manager had learned from Gavron how to do everything, not just as well as possible, but as quickly as possible, Gavron was buried quietly 2 days later. Besides his manager and Sir John, the only other mourners present were his valet, who had been with him for more than 20 years, and his housekeeper, who wept all through the service. She was so draped in black that Sir John could not help thinking that anyone who saw her would have thought that she was the widow. When they came back at the house, the housekeeper insisted they all had a glass of wine, which actually was waiting for them in the sitting room. They drank in silence until she said, "I was thinking, Sir John, that it would be more comfortable for you if you moved in here. I understand from Monsieur that someone is arriving from the East who is important to you." "It's all right," the manager said. "Sir John knows that it is Monsieur Morello's daughter who is arriving, and it's a secret until he has discussed the future with her." But it was perfectly obvious that her existence had been kept a secret from the other servants, and also, he was quite sure, from many of Gavron's French friends. Sir John made up his mind quickly. "Thanks for your suggestion. It is one that I think most important at the moment, as we have no wish to have anyone being too prying about the passenger ship that has not yet arrived." "I felt that was what you would say," the manager replied. "I will send Nico, Gavron's valet, to collect your clothes and bring them here immediately." Because he thought that it was a mistake to discuss the matter further, he opened one of the French windows and stepped out into the garden. Of one thing he was certain. No one should learn about his proposed marriage until he had had time to discuss it with Gavron's daughter. The mere idea made him feel as if he had to walk into a dark cave, but there was nothing he could do at this moment except wonder just how his family and hers would behave when they heard of the proposed marriage. He had a feeling that she would never understand, although her mother had been English, what his position in England was and how important, in his own way, it was that he should represent his family and their interests as they expected he should. Also, There was a great deal that was expected of the woman who was to be married to the head of a family, which was part of English history. How could she possibly know of such things, he asked himself, when she has spent her time in a convent amongst foreigners? It seemed that his future held numerous difficulties, which he had never contemplated being part of his life. Supposing, he asked himself, she is as frivolous as some of the natives are. Although her father assured me that she looks just like her mother, I cannot help expecting that she will not only look like him, but will nevertheless have many of the likes and dislikes of the dark-skinned races. As he walked amongst the lilies and the roses, he asked himself for the first time why he had been such a fool not to marry one of the attractive and charming young women whose family was the equal of his own. They at least would know the protocol of the social life, and they would entertain in some way that their mothers had and their grandmothers before them. Pleasantly, conventionally, and most important of all, making no mistakes which were so easily made by those who were not born into the ancient families of a country who had established through the years the right behaviour for ladies and gentlemen. Supposing, in spite of all that the old man had said, she was, as far as the social convention was concerned, nothing but a hooligan. How could he possibly make her acceptable to his family and, of course, and this was essential, to hers? Sir John had never visited an Eastern convent, or in fact any convent. He had no idea whether nuns in the East behaved in the same way as he expected they behaved in France. He knew that there were a number of convents in Paris, but he was quite certain that a convent in the East would be exceedingly different from those that turned out charming and well-bred ladies who socially never put a foot wrong, who were, when they were married, most excellent and alluring hostesses for every possible occasion. Why has this happened to me? John asked himself again and again as he turned at the end of the garden. Then, as he had no wish to go back to the house, when the dark curtains were still drawn over the windows, he went down to sit by a small pool. It was attractively filled with water lilies. There was a bench in front of the pool, and he sat down on it. Unexpectedly, it was very comfortable. How long John sat there thinking about himself and his future he was not afterwards aware. He only knew that, in spite of his resolution to be sensible and accept things as they were, he went into a purgatory of his own, where everything seemed so dark and menacing. For the first time in his life, he wanted to run away from what was happening around him. He had no idea how long he sat there. Then, unexpectedly, he heard a soft voice saying, "I was told I would find you here. I thought it would be wisest if we met each other alone." Sir John, who had been staring without seeing at the water lilies, looked round. Then, as he saw a woman beside the bench, he rose instinctively to his feet. She held out her hand and said, "The housekeeper told me that I would find you here, and that you were expecting me." Sir John drew in his breath. Are you Gavron Murillo's daughter?" he asked. She smiled. Melita's voice dropped and she answered, "Yes, and on his instructions I was on my way here to visit my own family in England, who I have never met. Now, I am here, and my father is dead." "Come and sit down," Sir John suggested. "I will tell you about it. He has been buried when I expect you would have wanted us to wait until your arrival." As he was speaking, the girl facing him then moved round so that she could sit down on the bench. When she had done so, he sat down beside her. "Tell me about Papa," she asked. Just for a moment, Sir John wondered if this would be a mistake and might upset her. Then he thought that, if it had to be said, the sooner the better. "Your father wrote to me and asked me to come and see him immediately," he began. "When I arrived, he told me for the first time that you existed." "You mean you had no idea that he was married or had a daughter?" Melita questioned. Sir John nodded. "I always thought of him as being a bachelor, and I was very surprised when he told me that he not only had a daughter, but he wanted me to marry her." He had difficulty in saying the last few words, yet somehow he forced them from his lips. It was then that he looked critically at the girl. She was wearing a hat, and because he was upset, he had not actually looked closely at her until now. She was now sitting next to him, and almost as if she realized that he wanted to look at her, she pulled off her hat and threw it down on the grass at their feet. It was then that Sir John realized that Gavron had been absolutely correct in saying that she looked like an English girl. In fact, it would be impossible for anyone to think otherwise, or to believe that she had dark blood in her veins. Her hair was fair. It was the colour of the sun when it first rose in the sky. Her eyes were blue, rather than a darker blue than most English women, but undoubtedly the blue that one expected of a fair-haired woman. Her skin, too, was pale, and there was no suggestion of any sort that it might have been darker. She was completely silent as Sir John looked at her. Then she said, "Now, are you satisfied that I am not showing any of my father's darkness?" For a moment Sir John was so surprised at what she had said that he could not think of an answer. Then she continued, "I know, because he told me, that my family and yours would be very shocked and horrified at the idea of me marrying a man who was as dark-skinned as Papa." She paused before she added, "That is why before I left for England he instructed me on what I should say to my family, and what he wanted you to say to yours." The calm way she spoke made Sir John stare at her in surprise, and then he said, "Are you telling me that your father, when he was arranging your marriage, wanted you to keep it a secret that you were his child?" "Of course. That is what he wanted me to do," she replied. "But I thought, even though they told me that he had died while you were with him, that he was explaining to you that, knowing the English as well as he did, he knew that they would be shocked and horrified at you marrying a woman who was a half-caste." For a moment Sir John was speechless, and then he said, "As I understood, you were on your way to meet your family. I thought that your father intended that you should tell them the truth." Melita gave a little laugh. "You must be aware that my father knew exactly what the English, and the French for that matter, felt about the Orient. They are prepared to abuse it, to accept what money they can squeeze from it, but have no wish to be related to them." There was a pause before Sir John asked, "Then what would you intend to do? How can you explain your existence to your family without telling them that your mother was married to your father, and that your father was, in fact, Oriental?" She laughed again, and it was a very pretty sound. "You obviously misunderstood him, and so did not realize how astute Papa was, especially when it came to any situation which he knew he could not change, however clever he might be. Your father was the cleverest man I have ever met, and the most generous," Sir John replied. As I expect you are aware, he saved my father from penury and made him one of the richest men in England. I knew that my father had helped him, because he had told me so, Melita said. He also explained to me years ago, in fact when I was first old enough to understand what he was saying, that any great family like yours, or indeed my mother's, would not accept me as a child of who they would call a black man. She spoke smoothly without any embarrassment. Staring at her, Sir John said, "Then what do you intend to tell your family?" "I intend to tell them," the girl answered, "that I am the daughter of Lady Evelyn Sternwood, and that my father was an Englishman who was killed by the rebels, who were causing trouble in Thailand, shortly after I was conceived." "But you still must have a name," Sir John pointed out. "Of course, Papa thought of that. You can be quite certain," she replied. "He said that my father was a very charming and delightful gentleman by the name of Captain Charles Compton, who was killed in a battle." "And you really believe this?" Sir John asked her. "I have to believe it, because it was what my father told me to believe. You know how clever he was and how successful he was in everything he ever wanted." She gave a little laugh before she added, "I wish I had been with him when he died. He told me that he would not live long, and that your family would accept me and be as proud of me as he was." As she finished speaking, she then looked over her shoulder as if she was afraid that someone was listening. Then she said, "I have, of course, not said anything of this to my father, but he told me that this was what I was to say, and he knew that the English would accept it. They would also understand why I have been brought up in a convent." Sir John was contemplating what she had said and thinking that it was a typically brilliant idea on the part of Gavron Murillo. He had always seemed to have an answer for every difficulty, but this was one he had not expected to happen. Then he was aware that Melita was gazing at him in the same sort of scrutinizing way which he remembered Gavron always used when he was contemplating a problem that had just been brought to him to solve. "I thought," Melita said, "that Papa would have told you all this, but perhaps he was too ill to do so." "He sent for me," Sir John explained, "and told me that he wanted me to marry you, and because he had done so much for my father and myself, it would be impossible for me to refuse." "Even though you wanted to?" Melita inquired. Sir John did not answer her, and after a moment's silence she went on. "I can understand that you do not want to marry me, and I have no wish to marry you." Sir John stared at her in sheer astonishment. "Why don't you want to marry me?" he exclaimed at once. "Then why did you consent to do so?" Melita smiled. "You knew my father. You knew that what he says is always right, always very clever and always successful. Did you refuse him?" Sir John laughed because he could not help himself. "Of course not," he replied. "He told me I must marry you because I owed him so much, and so I naturally said yes." "Then what are we going to do about it?" Melita asked. "I never expected to have this conversation with you," Sir John said. "But, of course, because, as I say, your father has done so much for me and my father, although I had no wish to marry for a long time, I agreed. When I did so, I'm sure that he died a happy man." "Papa was always happy when he got just what he wanted," Melita said. "Like you, I found it impossible to argue with him. When he told me to go to England and pretend that my father was an Englishman and make my family accept me, which, as he said, was quite certain that they would do, as I am so rich, I obeyed." "Do you realize that your father has left you all his money and everything he possessed?" Sir John asked. "Yes, I knew that before I left him." And when I had time on the ship coming here, I realized that I should be more than acceptable to any family, simply because I am so rich, Melita replied. Also, you look, according to your father, exactly like your mother. I do hope so. After all, she was considered a great beauty, and apparently there were a considerable number of different men she could have married. Then, why do you think she married your father? Sir John quizzed her. He knew as he spoke that the answer was because he was so rich. She loved him because he was so clever, Melita said somewhat surprisingly. She said once to my teacher that most men who had proposed to her found, sooner or later, exceedingly boring. But where my father was concerned, it was impossible to be bored, and one was too breathless trying to keep up with him to have time for any feeling of admiration or love. Sir John stared at her. Is that what you would expect to find? He asked. Of course. I find it difficult to believe that you are as clever as my father, while you will undoubtedly say that you do not expect me to be as beautiful as my mother. Sir John laughed. He had never anticipated that he would be having this sort of conversation with a woman, and certainly not with a young girl. So, what are you going to do about it? He asked. I would suspect that you are grinding your teeth and feeling infuriated at being caught in the matrimonial trap. But of course, I understand that you could not refuse Papa when he was dying, and as you said yourself, you were very much in his debt. That is true, Sir John admitted. Well, I am under no obligation to you, except that, because I loved my father, I wanted to do what he asked, and he was absolutely convinced that you were the right man for me to marry. So, I suppose I will have to marry you. She did not sound very excited or delighted at the idea. Then Sir John said, I suppose we could both, if we so wished, turn our backs on our promises to your father and go our own way. There was a pause before Melita responded. I think that I would always feel that I had betrayed him, and wherever he is now, he will know whether I have obeyed him or disobeyed him. Sir John smiled. I think I should feel the same. He died believing that I was telling him the truth. Therefore, whether we like it or not, we have to keep our honourable oaths and marry each other. But I do not wish to be married like that, Melita asserted. Therefore, I have an idea which I would like to tell you about. Of course, I will listen to anything that you have to say, Sir John replied. Your father said that you had your mother's looks and his brain. If you have his brain, why should we worry? You have the answer, as he had, to every problem. Melita was listening to him with wide eyes, and after a moment's pause, she said, I think, as we both dislike the idea of marrying, despite the fact that we have both given our oaths to Papa, it would be a mistake. So what do you suggest? Sir John asked. As I have his brain, I have thought of a way out, Melita replied. I am listening, Sir John answered. Melita then looked over her shoulders as if to be quite certain that no one could overhear her. Then she drew a little nearer to him on the seat on which they were sitting, before she said, This is what I was thinking about before I arrived, and I hope that you will listen to it. I am all ears, Sir John insisted. Chapter 4. It seemed to Sir John a very long silence before she began to speak slowly and in a very soft voice. I had no idea who my father was, she said, until I was 17. Then my father thought on my birthday that it was time that I learnt the truth. Actually, I think that he imagined I might at any moment leave the convent. Sir John settled himself more comfortably on his seat. He thought the way Melita was speaking was very attractive. The more he gazed at her, the more he realized that she was indeed exceedingly beautiful. "What the Mother Superior told me," Melita went on, "and what was later confirmed by my father, was that when he and my mother were together, and he had fallen very much in love with her, and she was very attracted to him, there was an uprising amongst the native people in the north of the country." She smiled at Sir John. "There was also a great disturbance amongst those in the south," she continued. "From one or the other, there came a young leader who was determined not only to seize control of the whole country, but also to drive out all the foreigners, who for him were mainly the English, who had sent a regiment to try to maintain order." Sir John merely nodded, and she went on. "They would have got much further if the English had not been of a smaller number than those against them. Leading the northern part was a young officer, who was so efficient and so determined to conquer the whole country. Everyone was aware of him and thought that the English in Bangkok realized that he was more dangerous than anyone they had encountered before." She paused for breath. "It was then," she went on, "that my father thought that my mother, being English, was in danger, and he sent her to the convent. He had the idea that the native army would not do any harm to the convent, which was very sympathetic in attending to the wounded and bandaging those who required it." Sir John was listening to her, thinking that this was something he did not know, which had not exactly been in the history books, but which he found fascinating, knowing the country as he did. "I think it was then," Melita carried on, "because he was determined to give her all his money, if anything did happen to him, that my father married my mother secretly, and no one had any idea that they were anything more than friends. When things calmed down a little, and there was a ceasefire, they were exceedingly happy." She sighed as she said, "He adored her, and she loved him, and from what I gather they were both blissfully happy when they were together." She stopped a moment before resuming. "But because she was English and he knew that the English would disapprove, my father never said a word to anyone that he was married, or that Lady Sternwood meant anything more to him than that he was beginning to have a connection to British industries, and was prepared to help, if it was possible, anyone who was English." "I can understand that," Sir John said, thinking how clever Gavron had always been in being exceedingly polite to anyone he came into contact with, who was, in his mind, a business challenge. "What happened," Melita went on, "was that the English who were fighting against the Northerners were more successful than they had expected. For a while there was almost peace in that part of the country." Sir John sat listening intently, and she said, "By this time, my father and mother were together whenever it was possible, and as you can well imagine, were both worried and delighted when they realized that she was having a baby." Melita gave a little sigh as she spoke, and looked out over the garden, as if she was stepping back into the time before she was born, and realized, if she had been there, how thrilled her father and mother were at the idea of their child being born. Sir John thought that to Gavron it must have meant someone, if it turned out to be a boy, who would carry on the marvellous businesses he had created for himself. And if it was a girl, she would be as beautiful as her mother. "So what happened?" Sir John asked, feeling that Melita had almost forgotten him. She gave a little jerk, as if she had come back to the present from the past. "No one knows exactly what started it again," she said. "But the battle began to rage and increase day by day, month by month. Both the north and the south of the country were determined to have the upper hand. The only thing in which they agreed was that the English should not in any way participate in their spoils. She shifted a little in her seat, as if to make herself more comfortable. Then she said, "It was at that moment, because he was exceedingly nervous that his wife might be very upset by the number of casualties that were occurring every day, that he sent my mother to the convent." She gave another deep sigh. They were delighted to have her, and he was, as usual, very discreet as to why he was taking her there. He insisted that he was a friend of her family in England, and had promised that he would look after her as her husband was taking part in the Civil War. She stopped for a moment before she told him. He had invented the father when she first entered the convent as a visitor simply because he thought that it was a mistake for anyone at that moment to know that he had an English wife. Sir John did not speak, and she went on. But, as it all became more tense, and she was with child, he made it clear that the father of the baby, which was not yet born, was an Englishman. They both agreed to this. My father told me. Melita smiled. It was only when she died, bringing me into the world, that he realized he would have to give the child a name. My mother had entered the convent without her title, and had only said that she was married to an English soldier. The birds were singing in the trees overhead, but Sir John only heard Melita's voice as she said, "At the same time as I was born, an Englishman who was much prized as a soldier of the British Army was killed, and many of the English soldiers were withdrawn from the battlefield." Melita paused for a moment, and then, as Sir John did not speak, she carried on. "It was therefore easy for my father, he told me later, for him to say that the lady he had been kind to in the convent had been secretly married to the English officer who had been so brilliant against the rebels in both the north and the south." Melita gave another sigh. "As my mother died in childbirth," she continued, "it was not possible for her to say anything, and the Mother Superior said that as the convent was frequently visited by the native people, it would be a mistake for her to declare publicly that she was married to a white man." There was silence before Melita went on. "This, of course, suited both my mother and father. It made it even easier for him when my mother died." She paused for a moment. "Living in the convent, I was not at all that interested in people I could not see. Gavron Murillo was always extremely kind to me, and brought me presents every time he visited. There were, as it happened, quite a number of children from different parts of the East." Sir John was still listening intently. "I became great friends," Melita continued, "with a girl from Greece, whose parents were moving about and therefore found it more convenient to leave the child at the convent than to take her with them. Mixed up with the native children were children from almost every nation." She smiled again. "I cannot say that I missed the English," she went on, "as I was obviously not particularly interested in them. It was only as I grew older that I began to wonder whether I was expected to become a nun, or if I would go out into the world as many of the other children had done." "When did you learn that Gavron Murillo was your real father?" Sir John asked. "You will not be surprised to know that he kept it a secret until I was very nearly grown up," she told him. "I thought of him more as a fairy godfather than a human one, because he was always so generous, and I realized that the convent was kept going almost entirely through the money he spent on them. They were so grateful that they almost curtsied when he appeared. The fact that I was his protégé made things much easier and much more comfortable for me. Then, eventually he told you the truth. I was not at all surprised. In fact, I was delighted," Melita replied. "I had never met the English soldier who they declared was my father, and because I had never been to England, I was much more interested in the East than anywhere else." Again she paused. "The nuns were very intelligent. They told us of the world events, and I was aware that the English were much respected in Thailand." except by the hostile rebels, and that Gavron, my real father, was almost the right-hand man to the king. It was difficult for me to learn anything about my mother or her family. She stopped speaking, and Sir John nodded. That was because he did not meet any of them until he went to England, she told him. Even then, as he said jokingly, he was accepted only because he had gold in his pocket. But it told me very little about my mother's antecedents, or those I could rightfully call my relations. It's an extraordinary story, Sir John said. But go on. When did you learn that Gavron Murillo was actually your father, and not, as you thought, a kind well-wisher? As I grew older, I learnt instinctively how much my mother must have meant to him, as his voice altered when he spoke about her. At times when he described her beauty and talked of her, there were tears in his eyes. She took a deep breath as she continued. I realized that he must have loved her very deeply, but I was not aware that I was the child of two people who had loved each other literally to distraction. She paused for a moment and then resumed. My father once said, I knew when I married your mother that her family would be horrified that she should have married someone from the East, someone whose skin was not the same colour as hers. Although they admired the enormous fortune I made, they were always convinced in their minds that I was of less consequence to the world than they were. Sir John laughed as if he could not help it. That is the sort of thing that Gavron would say, he remarked. But when I knew him, he would always let us contradict him when he said that he was brilliant and that his money could open every door from Buckingham Palace downwards. I think that he was too clever to believe you, Melita said. I knew from the way that the nuns, who were French, English, and German, spoke of the native people, that in their heart of hearts they despised them. There was a poignant silence for a moment before she went on. When my father came to see me a few months ago, I knew that he was not well. As he was getting old, the lines were beginning to show on his face, but he was still very good-looking. I could understand even better than he expected me to do why my mother had loved him and why, as a proof of that love, I had come into the world. There was a throb in her voice as she spoke, which made Sir John realize how much her father had meant to her. Almost as if he had asked the question, Melita said, You do understand that as Papa, as I thought of him, was the only man I was allowed to see except for the priest who occasionally visited us, I thought him extremely handsome and very attractive as a man, as well as being my father. I can appreciate your thinking, Sir John replied. I must have been 6 when I first saw him, and I thought then that he was one of the most handsome men I had ever seen. There was something about him, despite his colour, which made him seem like a leader who one instinctively followed. He gave a little laugh before he added, Certainly where money was concerned. Those he helped or who worked with him never thought of him as anything but a leader and a king over his own people. So you can understand how much I admired him, Melita said. When I learnt that he was my father, I was delighted to have someone who had meant so much to me, and who had been so kind to me, when for the rest of the time I was encircled only by women. Of course I do, Sir John replied. I can honestly say that it never troubled me that he had coloured skin. What is so amazing is that you are the image, I understand, of your mother, and no one for a moment would ever think that your skin is not as white as snow. That is more or less what Papa said to me, Melita answered. As he wanted to leave me all his money, he was terribly afraid that I would not only be pursued by fortune hunters, but that my family would not protect me as they should, simply because they would be surprised and horrified by the truth. I think that is a slight exaggeration, At the same time, I will not pretend that they would not prefer all their relations to be pure English. One thing Papa wanted to prevent was me being married for his money, which is now mine, Melita said. It was, he told me, because he had no wish to die without my knowing the truth, and he did not want me to hear it from anyone else except him. And now you know it. Do you mind? Melita gave a little laugh. No, of course not. He was the most charming and delightful man I have ever met, although I admit I have not met many, but he made me very happy all through my childhood and since I have grown up. She paused for a moment, and then, as Sir John did not speak, she said, Equally, I would want to choose my own husband, and, of course, he would have to be someone who loved me for myself, and not for my money. That is what your father said to me, Sir John told her. He was speaking the truth when he stated that a girl like you could be hunted, run after, and even kidnapped by those who were thinking of your bank balance rather than you. That is more or less what he said to me, Melita agreed. It was only when I had time to think it over, and of course I suppose like all girls, I have always thought how exciting it would be to fall in love, to marry someone and have a large family that we would both love as much as we loved each other. There was a throb in her voice as she spoke, and Sir John knew that it was something that she had thought about and was quite certain would happen one day. There was a long silence between them until at last Melita said, I have thought of something which I think would make us both happy and avoid the fear of what eventually might be the truth of us hating each other because we were forced into marriage. I quite agree it is something we would not have chosen, Sir John said slowly. At the same time, I have given my word to your father that I would marry you, as you have given your solemn word to him as well. How can we possibly break what is, to all intents and purposes, a sacred vow? I agree with you, Melita said. That is why I want you to understand what I am suggesting. I feel that it is the solution for both of us. She paused, and Sir John said quietly, I am listening, Melita. Well, I was thinking last night, she began, after I realized that Papa was dead and you were coming here, that he was afraid I would be married for his money, which I am quite certain is a very large amount, and that you were the sort of gentleman he would like me to marry. She gave a little laugh as she went on. Obviously, many men would be put off if they had the slightest idea that I was not indeed the daughter of an Englishman, but a half-caste. Sir John gave a gasp, for he had never thought of his friend Gavron in that way. But he had to admit to himself that it was the truth. What I am suggesting for you to think over, Melita said, is that we contact my family as my father wished me to do, and let them meet you as my father's friend, who was so fortunately in Paris and was with him when he died. She took a deep breath. So we would arrange, which we feel would have delighted him, that we should get married as he wanted us to do. She paused. But we had a horror of the commotion, she went on, which would be reported in the newspapers of the huge fortune he had made for himself, which, to everyone's astonishment, he had left to the daughter of a friend who had lived abroad for the last 21 years, someone who none of her family had any knowledge of until now. She smiled and continued, We must, both of us, keep our word. But instead of arriving in England to meet my family, who will welcome me with open arms as they think I am laden with gold, we say that we have been married privately and secretly, here in Paris. Again she paused. So there will be no big wedding with invitations flying out, and the congregation wondering how they could benefit from what we possess between us. Sir John looked puzzled. You You want to be married? In Paris?" he exclaimed. "What I said was," Melita explained, "that my family would learn that I had been married in Paris." "I don't understand what you're saying," Sir John replied. "It's not surprising, as it is rather complicated," she admitted. "What I suggest is that we tell your family we are married, and as there are a great number of churches here in Paris, it will not be too difficult for us to find one that is hidden away if we are pressed into revealing its name, but actually we will remain single, as we are at the moment." Sir John stared at her. "But we promised your father that we would marry each other." "Perhaps we will one day, if we do fall in love with each other," Melita replied, "but we will not be forced up the aisle, chained to each other for life." She smiled at him. "If I had time to discuss it with my father as I wanted to do," she continued, "I would have asked him to wait perhaps for a year or two, in case I had met the man of my dreams, a man who would tell me truthfully that he had been looking for me ever since he grew up." Sir John sighed. That is the love we all seek. We all hope we will find what the Greeks call the other half of ourselves. But unfortunately, in real life, it does not happen. As I promised your father I would marry you, that is what I am willing to do." "You still don't understand what I have thought out, something simple as my father would have done," Melita said. "We return to England, and I say, as he told me to do, that I am the daughter of Captain Compton, who was killed before I was born." She smiled at Sir John. "Because I was looked after and protected all these years by Gavron Murillo, who was a friend of his, and who greatly admired my mother. He had only been waiting until he was sure that I wanted to return to England to take me back there to my family." She stopped for a moment to draw breath before she continued. "But unfortunately, as he had been so ill for the last year, Gavron had not been able to do so, and now he is dead. I came to Paris and I met you, not for the first time because you had been to the convent on several occasions when Gavron was visiting it." Sir John gazed at her, but he did not speak. "We say you did, in fact, fall in love with me, but thought it a mistake to say so. But Gavron was clever, as he had always been, and guessed that there were two people who loved each other on sight, and who were admirably suited. He had therefore divided his money between us." She paused for a moment, and then continued. "No one is going to count it up exactly, because it is spent in so many directions, and because we know it is what he wanted, and what we want ourselves. We have been married." Sir John gave a start, but he did not interrupt, and Melita went on. "When I have met my family, I will move into your house. What we know, but no one else does, is that actually we are free." Sir John was listening intently, but he did not speak, and she told him, "If after some years we have not found the person who is really the other part of ourselves, somewhere in this great wide world, then, as I want children, as I am sure you do, we could be married." She smiled again. "But until then," she continued, "we will just move about together, searching for love. That is the real love that Papa had talked about, but which he had never known until he met my mother." As she was speaking, Sir John had been staring at her, his eyes widening at almost every word. Then, as she lapsed into silence and looked at him questioningly, he thought that Gavron Murillo had been right when he had said that she had her mother's looks and his brain. No one but Gavron could have thought of anything so complicated, yet at the same time, so credible. He looked up at her, and she was gazing at him. "I certainly think that you are very clever," he said. It is something I did not think of myself, but I think if we act it as well as you have recited the plot, we shall succeed in making people believe that we are married, and, as you quite rightly say, give each other a chance to make certain that we are right for each other." He paused before he added, "And there must be no difficulties if we fall in love with someone else." Melita gave a sigh of relief. "I knew you would understand," she said. "Papa has often spoke of you and said how brilliantly clever you are. I always thought that was high praise from Papa, who was so brilliant himself." "One thing is quite obvious," Sir John replied. "If we do this, we must do it so subtly that no one is the least suspicious." "Of course," she agreed. "If they were suspicious, I am sure that they would blackmail us for at least half our fortune." "I can see that the fortune is going to play a big part in this comedy," he replied, "for it cannot be anything else. Although it will be us who are laughing while the others are glaring at us with envious eyes." "Now you know what to do," Melita said, "and I thought you would be astute enough to realize that it was the only real possibility for both of us not to be shackled so that we cannot escape, but be bright enough to act a part which will deceive everybody, except, of course, ourselves." "I have to admit that it is something I did not think of myself," Sir John replied, "and I was just wondering if you would resent being forced on me." "Also to resent me for being very angry," Melita chimed in, "because you are forced on me." They both laughed. "We will have to be very, very clear about this," Sir John warned. "Otherwise your family may well smell a rat." He smiled at her. "I think mine will be so thrilled that I am marrying at last," he continued, "after they have begged me almost on their knees for the last 5 years to hurry up the aisle so that everyone will commend us and my family will be counting the months until there is an heir. If they are disappointed, then they will only have themselves to blame for interfering in affairs which are not theirs," Melita said lightly, "while we can laugh and have the fun of getting to know each other without feeling that we are crippled." "I suppose that is how you would feel, but if I was paying you compliments as I should be doing, I would tell you that you are very lovely. As far as I can see, any man would be delighted to have such a pretty wife." "That is just the sort of thing you should say, Sir John. If you say it with real sincerity, no one will doubt for a moment that we are tied to each other for eternity." Sir John sighed, and then he said, "One thing is absolutely obvious. We must not be caught over this, because we are both almost millionaires, and we both have titles. The whole thing is bound to be front-page news in the papers." "We could hide in the country or travel round the world," Melita suggested. "But for the moment, if I can say what I really want, it is to visit England." She smiled a beguiling smile. "I long to see the people my mother belonged to," she went on, "to see their homes and the way they live, and naturally, as you are my husband, to see the house which is yours and which you are prepared to share with me." "You have put all that very nicely," Sir John said approvingly. "What I will do now is to see your father's solicitor in Paris, who is waiting, I understand, to show me Gavron's will, and while I am doing that, I think you should be looking for the church where we are supposed to have been married, and of course, as you are a woman, buying your trousseau." Melita threw back her head and laughed. "Now you are entering into the spirit of the game, which I was afraid you would not do." How could I do anything but try to please you? Sir John replied. Let me tell you quite truthfully that you are even lovelier to look at than I expected. I'm quite certain that not only your family, but all the fortune hunters your father was so afraid of, will descend on you once you reach England. Melita laughed. Now you are frightening me. I am determined to see England without being prejudiced, and without being afraid, and most of all, not resenting people who would, if he had not been rich, considered my papa of no importance, because his skin was not the same colour as theirs. To that speech, Sir John replied, which is, I think, typical of your father's daughter, I can only say, Amen. He laughed as he spoke, and then he was aware that Melita was laughing too. On the next day, they had a most interesting dinner together, and talked until it was nearly midnight about their previous lives. Sir John found it extraordinary that, having been only in the convent and seeing few people outside, Melita was an extremely well-educated young woman. She had, it was true, learnt 6 languages, especially those on her father's strictest instructions that were European and all other countries where he had made money. She had also, Sir John found, spent a great deal of time reading, and with her knowledge of languages, this was certainly unusual for a woman. In fact, he had found amongst the women he had amused himself with in London that only a few of them spoke French. The rest considered languages to be of little interest simply because they were not often to be found in the whirl of the beau monde in London. While she had been living in the convent, Melita had, in her mind, travelled to almost every country in the world. Although she had not actually seen them, talking to her, Sir John felt as if he himself was the pupil, while she was the teacher. There were also a great number of other matters for them to discuss. Most important was whether they would keep the house in the Champs-Élysées, or, as they were not likely to spend much time in it for the next few years, whether they would either sell or let it. I think we should keep it, Melita said, because if England becomes intolerable to me, I can run away here, while you escape from the boredom of talking to the woman who is supposed to be your wife, and come here to be amused amongst all the alluring women who are always waiting eagerly for a man like you. How could you know something like that, coming straight from a convent? Sir John asked. Papa told me just what Paris was like, Melita told him. As you well know, he was most voluble when he wished to be. She coughed. He made everything he talked about seem to come to life, she went on, and you felt as if you had really been a part of Paris, Rome, Constantinople, or London, because you were talking to him and he was explaining what had happened there. You are fantastic, Sir John exclaimed when the evening had ended. I feel as though I have been travelling instead of just listening to a young girl who I expected would know very little more than the Lord's Prayer. Melita laughed. You can thank Papa for telling me about the world outside Thailand, and also the books which he provided the convent with, which were, of course, intended for me. Now I understand, John said. I always thought that your father was a most fascinating man. I used to sit listening to him, talking to my father, and not realizing I was having an exclusive and very special education, which few boys were lucky enough to acquire. Now you will have to teach me all the things I should know, Melita replied, which, of course, I had to imagine while I was in the convent. If your body was there, that was one thing, Sir John exclaimed, but your brain was outside, and I do not know anyone who knows as much of the world as you do. You now have to make it all come to life. Melita clapped her hands. That is exactly what I want, she said. Don't let us be in a hurry going back to England. Let's see a little of the world outside, and you cannot possibly argue by saying we cannot afford it." "Well, that is certainly true," Sir John agreed. Chapter 5. The first gift that Sir John bought for them both was a yacht. "It will make us independent," he said. "Otherwise, when we are most enjoying ourselves, we will have to hurry to catch a ship to take us to the next port of call. Then we may miss something very significant." "I have always wanted to travel on a yacht," Melita replied. "Papa talked about his, but I am sure you are right in thinking that it is rather out of date. Our new one will be very modern in every possible way." Sir John found exactly the yacht he wanted when they moved from Paris down to Marseille. The yacht was up to date and had the very latest engines. It had been built for an American millionaire who at the last moment had either changed his mind or lost his money, but he had gone back to America without it. To Sir John, it was an exhilarating moment when they moved out of port and into the Mediterranean. He was determined to take Melita to Greece first. He was not really surprised to find that she knew all about the gods and goddesses and had read many more books about Greece than he had. "I always feel that this country invented the love we all seek," he said at dinner, speaking more to himself than to Melita. She looked up at him, and he saw that her eyes were twinkling. "So you do believe in the real love, which is very different from what is written about in some of the novels," Melita commented. "Of course I do," Sir John replied, "but it is not a subject I often talk about." "But you must talk about it to me," Melita insisted, "because that is why I am determined not to be married until I find the love that people have fought and died for since the beginning of the world." Sir John was interested. He had never heard any woman he had been with in the past talk like this. They discussed what they had read about love and what, as far as he was concerned, he had felt in one way or another until it was after midnight. "We must now go to bed," Sir John said, "and don't forget that if anyone, not particularly on this yacht, but where we will be going afterwards, thinks it is strange that we don't share a bedroom, you must tell them I snore very loudly, and it keeps you awake." Melita laughed. "Do you really snore?" she asked. "I'm sure I do," he answered, "but of course I'm not awake to listen to it myself." "Well, it's a good excuse at any rate," she said, "for us sleeping apart. I expect both our families, when we meet them in England, will think it odd." "Of course they will," he agreed, "just as they will think it odd that we have married without having a grand wedding with hundreds of guests, which means hundreds of presents." "I think we can live without them quite happily," Melita said, "but it is exciting to know that we can afford anything we want." She was looking round the yacht as she spoke. Sir John thought that she was really thinking that love could not be bought. Not at all the kind of love she was seeking, and what he supposed he had been seeking himself. It was when they were thinking of leaving Greece that Sir John called at the British Embassy to find out if there were any letters for him. He had cabled his family telling them that he was visiting Greece before returning to England, and if there was anything of importance they were to let him receive it through the British Embassy. There was just one letter to tell them that his sister thought he should return home, as his mother was not at all well. As she had not seen him for quite some time, it was worrying her as to what he was doing, and why he had not communicated with them as much as usual. "We will have to go home," he told Melita when he returned to the yacht. "I think perhaps it is something we should have done sooner," she said, "for the simple reason I found in a newspaper which was several weeks old that there was quite a lot written about Gavron Murillo." "I suppose that his death was just as significant to England," Sir John said, as it was to France and every other country where he had spent, as well as acquired, a good amount of money. Well, this newspaper lists many of the companies which he founded or supported, and mentions you as one of his beneficiaries, Melita told him. Sir John frowned. When he then picked up the newspaper, he saw that Melita was quite right, and that he had been quoted as one of the beneficiaries of Gavron Murillo's will. He turned to another newspaper which was printed at the same time. In this one, there was a long article of how brilliant Gavron had been in supporting and starting up companies, which had turned into huge successes. But in this newspaper, it not only added his name to the list of people to whom he had left his fortune, but also mentioned Melita. He was still frowning when Melita said, looking up at him, "I suppose I am included." "You are, and I can only imagine that they gained this information by paying one of the servants." "They were devoted to him," Melita pointed out, "and would not have wanted to hurt him in any way." "I realize that, but I would rather they had kept it secret. You will be inundated with people begging you to help them, and I had hoped that, while I was bound to be written about, you would be safe from the embarrassment and inevitable greed of everyone you met." "Now you are being depressing," Melita protested. "I'm sure, as there are so many rich people in England, I will soon be forgotten." "You may be quite certain that money is something few people forget, and everyone desires," he said almost sharply. Melita took the newspaper from him and read what was written. "At least they have not put exactly the sum we will receive," she remarked. "But I agree with you that we will be swamped by begging letters from anyone who has ever heard of us." Sir John looked at the newspapers again, and he saw that at least they had not mentioned Melita's surname, as he had been careful not to mention it while they were in Paris. But it was inevitable that, if anyone had seen the actual will, they would realize that he had put Melita down as the daughter of Lady Evelyn Sternwood, and there would be no argument about that. Having turned the yacht round, they began to move away from Greece. It was then that Melita said, "I did not see the Greek islands. I did so want to visit them. I hope that you will take me on to Egypt." "We will do it another time," Sir John promised. "But as my mother is ill, you will understand that I must go to her, and we have to be brave and face the family sooner or later." "Of course, we must," Melita agreed. "But I was so enjoying what was supposed to be our honeymoon." She gave a little sigh as she added, "It all seems to happen so quickly, and I suppose I am greedy, but I wanted it to go on for years and years." Sir John laughed. "I think that is asking too much," he said, "but I'm sure if you get married for the second time, it may well be different from what our pretend one has been. But then a honeymoon is always a honeymoon." "I hope that you are right, and that one day I will go to Greece with a husband I love, who will love me in the same way as the ancient Greeks who taught the world about love expect one to do." She looked so pretty when she was speaking that Sir John could not help thinking that any man who met her, regardless of her being so rich, would fall in love with her exactly in the way she wanted. It did not take them long to reach Dover. As Sir John had telegraphed his family to say that he was returning, his fastest horses were waiting for him. Their luggage was piled in behind them, and with Sir John driving, they set off immediately for London. Melita was looking around her at the countryside as they drove on. Sir John knew that she was appraising England and remembering all the history that she had read about, which she told him was a subject she had studied very carefully because she was her father's daughter. It was only when they were nearing London, late in the evening, that Sir John thought that it was a mistake to rush in on his family when they were both feeling tired. "I am going to my own house first," he said, and I think it would be wise for me to talk with my family before I introduce you as my wife." As Melita looked surprised, he explained, "As my mother was taken ill, she was moved into a smaller house which overlooks the Thames." He smiled before he added, "I hope you will enjoy my house in Grosvenor Square as much as I like it." "I expected you to say that," Melita replied, "but be careful to tell me exactly what you have said, so that I will not make any mistakes." "I promise you, I will try to remember every word." He thought as they arrived at Grosvenor Square that few women on such an occasion would be as calm as Melita was. They would have insisted on going with him to make a triumphant entrance as a newly married couple. "She is beautiful and clever," he thought to himself, "just as clever as her father so wanted her to be." Then, as if he could not help it, he added silently, "Her real father, of course." It was something that was in both their minds the next day, when after breakfast Sir John said that he was taking her to meet his family, and that they were waiting to receive her warmly. In fact, they were delighted. After all he had said about waiting until he was older, he had actually married, now, before he was 30. "They will welcome you with open arms," he had told her, "and of course they are delighted that you are not only part of their family, but also so rich." There was a sharp note as he said the last words, which Melita did not miss. She was silent, and as he looked at her waiting for her answer, Sir John said, "It would be a great mistake to let money spoil you. You have always been so charming and so natural. I'm not sure who, but someone once said, 'Money is the root of all evil. It is also a provider of comfort and a quiet mind, and no one can argue about that.'" "Personally, I think it is a great worry," Melita said. "Look, for instance, how you are worrying now, and why my real father worried, because he was afraid that I should be pursued by fortune hunters and married to a clever man who would deceive me into thinking that he was marrying me entirely for myself." "As your father's daughter," Sir John said, "I think it is unlikely that anyone will deceive you." He gave a little laugh and then went on, "Incidentally, we must both play our parts perfectly today, of all days, and if things seem uncomfortable or we are being asked too many questions about the father you have never seen, I will make an excuse to take you home. I think we are word perfect and acting brilliantly." Melita laughed. "That remains to be seen," Sir John retorted. "Now, if you are ready, we will face my family, and I am certain that members of your family will be there too, which I admit is quite an ordeal. So, if you are rather shy and have little to say, it will be quite acceptable." Melita grinned. "Now you are telling me how to act my part," she said indignantly. "Actually, I have never thought it over myself, and decided I would allow you to do all the talking, while I was, of course, rather shy at meeting my mother's family, of whom I have heard so much, but never seen until now." "That is just how you will be expected to behave. Leave the talking to me, and just let them admire you, while you know that at the back of their minds they are counting up the golden coins you represent." "Now you are making me feel nervous," Melita complained, "and it is most unkind of you. I have been rehearsing my part word for word as I had my bath. I expect to be a very good actress, and for you to commend me as I leave the stage." "I promise to do that," Sir John replied, "to make sure you act the part exactly as we planned it. I suggest you put a ring on the third finger of your left hand." Melita gave a cry. "Oh, of course. Oh, as usual, I have forgotten it. I did not think that you noticed I was not wearing it in Greece, but somehow it makes me feel as if it is criticizing me, and it is almost shouting aloud that I am a liar." "Your imagination is running away with you," Sir John remarked. "For heaven's sake, just be your natural self. Otherwise they might guess that we are playing a part, and that, as you well know, would be disastrous." Melita put on one of the rings that her mother had left her when she died, and obviously when she had been in the convent she had not worn it. She had put it on a few times while they were in France, in case one of the French servants thought it strange that she was not wearing a ring. Sir John had told the staff before they left that they had been married quietly, but he had not given the name of the church. Indeed, as the servants were so impressed that they had been married so quickly, they had not asked him where the marriage had taken place. It was only when they had boarded the yacht that he had told himself they had jumped the first fence in their disguise, without there being any uncomfortable questions or inquiries that inevitably they would receive when they reached his family. Now, driving towards his mother's house, Sir John was thinking about exactly what he would say to his family, who were waiting expectantly for him. Melita was tactful enough to say nothing. When he pulled up the horses outside his mother's house, Sir John turned to smile at her and said in a soft voice which only she could hear, "Good luck, and good hunting." "Don't worry," she replied softly. "We will win this race, as we will win a great many others." Leaving the horses with the grooms, they walked up the steps as the door was pulled open by a butler who had been waiting for them. "Welcome home, Sir John," he said as they entered the house. "It's a real pleasure to see you again. I've been asked by the staff to give you their warmest congratulations." "Which we are delighted to have," Sir John replied. "Are the family in the drawing-room, Baxter?" "Yes, and they're waiting for you, Sir John," he replied, "and excited, as we all be, at meeting your bride." Having said his piece, Baxter went ahead to open the door into the drawing-room. In a stentorian voice that he always used on special occasions, he announced them. As they walked in, Sir John saw that there were at least 8 of his family and the same number of Melitas waiting eagerly to receive them. His mother, looking rather pale, was lying on the sofa against a pile of cushions, and her legs were covered with a rug. She held out her arms to thank him, and he went to her first, bending down to kiss her. "I've been very worried about you, Mother," he said. "I am delighted, dearest, to hear you are married," his mother answered instantly. Sir John was sure that she was about to say, "at last," but bit back the words rather obviously. "I knew you would be pleased," he said after he had kissed her cheek. "Now, let me introduce you to my lovely wife." "Who is already one of the family," she replied. Holding out both hands to Melita, she said, "I loved your mother. She was my greatest friend." Melita bent down and kissed her cheek. "I know. She loved you too," she answered gently. After that, Sir John introduced her to the rest of her family and his. They were all, he was aware, very excited that he had married a member of the family, even if they had not met her before. Even more delighted, he thought cynically, that she was so rich. As they talked, he was well aware, as he expected, that the newspapers had, if possible, made Gavron Murillo even richer than he had been in real life, and he had been on the front page of every newspaper. John was well aware that they were all staring at Melita, not only because she was his wife, but because she was undoubtedly a great heiress as well as beautiful. Fortunately, the majority of the party would have thought it very bad manners to have referred to her wealth. They confined themselves to being curious about how they had met and how long they had known each other. Unfortunately, Melita had worked all this out in her mind. Any questions which were difficult or too intimate she managed to evade with a brilliance that made Sir John want to applaud her. It had been expected they would stay for luncheon, but he said that most unfortunately he had been obliged to ask 2 or 3 people to luncheon at his house. But if they were not too tired, they would return later in the afternoon for tea, as he wished to spend more time with his mother. Finally, Melita and Sir John managed to slip away to meet the people Sir John had mentioned without having to reveal their names. Only when they were driving off with all the male relatives going to the door to see them off, did Sir John say as they turned away from the house, "You were splendid. I feel that we have both been very astute in managing to escape." "I thought you were brilliant," Melita replied. "I was sure that they had thousands more questions that they wanted to ask you, but did not have the opportunity." "I know," Sir John laughed, "but now we have time to breathe and think up exactly what we will say in Chapter 2. I think we have gone further than that. In fact, we might almost say we are 4 or 5 chapters ahead." "Don't boast," Sir John chided. "It's easy to fall from a height." "They were all, on the whole, being polite," Melita said, "but I am sure that when we are alone with them, especially where you are concerned, they have 1,000 questions that they expect a coherent answer to." "I've thought of that, and that is why I'm going to suggest, although you may not agree, that we go to the country. I want you to see the house where we will spend more time than in any other." He paused before he added, "It is right that you should see how much Gavron helped my father, and how different everything was when he became a kind of fairy godfather. Having waved his wand, the house is one of the great sights of England." "You allow people in to see it?" Melita asked. "Only on special occasions, but of course they long to see the pictures and all the other historical emblems of which the house abounds." "I think you were very lucky," Melita smiled. "We were very lucky when we met your father. He transformed what was almost an ancient relic into one of the great sights of England, but only a comparatively few people have seen it." "I am longing to see it," Melita enthused. "I would much rather go now to the country than stay in London, even though I am sure that I will find London fascinating when I have the time to explore it." Sir John did not answer, and after a moment she added, "You do realize that coming from a convent where I have lived all my life, it is almost like stepping into a dream to feel free in a great city like London, and to go with you to the country, which again I have never seen but heard so much about." "I suppose in a way I keep forgetting that," Sir John replied, "simply because you are so intelligent and so well read. If it had not been for books, and of course my father's frequent visits," Melita explained, "I would not have known what I was missing." She laughed as she said, "But the doors now are open, and I am no longer confined. I promise you it is the most thrilling thing I have ever thought of or dreamt about, to be in England, and know I am free, free, free." As she spoke, she threw out her hands and gazed up at the sky. "She is certainly entrancing," Sir John thought. "At the same time, I must be careful that she is not disillusioned, and that everything that seems so wonderful at the moment can be lost as well as found." As they reached his house, the servants were told that they were leaving as soon as possible for the country. "The best thing that you can do," Sir John said quickly, "is to tell the servants what you want to take with you, and they will follow in a carriage while we go ahead." "That seems a very good idea," she replied. "Are your servants in the country expecting us?" Sir John smiled. "I have thought of that, and I have told them that we will be there for dinner, and it must be a very special meal." He paused before he went on. "I think we must both be grateful that there will not be a grand wedding reception with 100 people who wish to shake us by the hand. Mostly, of course, because they can say that they have met you, but at the same time calculating how many millions of pounds you are actually worth. To his surprise, Melita did not laugh. Instead, she turned her head to gaze at him and said very quietly, "I think it would be a mistake for us both to keep remembering how much money we have. Many people will remember it for us, and I think that the best thing we can do is to try and forget it, except that we both know we can, as my father did, help others in desperate need." Sir John realized that she was speaking good sense, and he had been unnecessarily obtuse. He put his hand over hers. "You are quite right," he said. "Forgive me. You must prevent me from making such stupid mistakes, which might spoil our very exciting adventure together." "That is really what it is," she said. "An exciting adventure which we must try to enjoy, even though at times the going will be rocky, to say the least of it." "That makes me remember that I want to show you my horses," Sir John remarked. "I cannot believe, because you have lived in a convent, that you can ride." "How else do you think we managed to take any exercise, or to visit other parts of the country around us?" Melita questioned. She laughed as she went on. "We rode, although the horses were not very fine ones, but occasionally someone was kind enough to leave us in his will some favourite horse, simply because he knew that girls like myself would make a great fuss of it." She paused before she went on. "In fact, we were known as being kind to animals, as the people near the convent invariably sent their dogs, cats, and horses to the nuns whenever the animal was ill and there was no one else to treat it." "Then, if you do want to ride my horses, which are particularly fine ones," Sir John said, "I know that you will enjoy every moment in what I must now call our home." He was thinking as he spoke that it was only right that Melita should enjoy the house which had been made perfect by her father. He was quite sure, from what he had found out since they had been travelling, that she had a great knowledge of pictures and furniture, and she would therefore be proud of the treasures she would find at Gilmour Hall. They ate their luncheon as quickly as possible, as it was already getting late, and then they set off for the country. Owing to Sir John's skill and the excellence of the 4 horses pulling them, they were making good time. Then Melita said that she was thirsty because it was so hot. "Only another half an hour," Sir John told her. Because he spoke in such an enthusiastic way, she said, "I believe you are thrilled at coming home, and as I have heard you talk so much about it, and also Papa gave me a vivid description of how much it had been altered, it will be very sad if I find it disappointing." "I'm quite sure you will not feel disappointed," he replied. "And if you have seen the house before your father waved his magic wand, you would be excused for thinking it dark, dismal, and greatly in need of repair." He smiled before he added, "But now, oh, it is perfection itself, and I defy any house in England to better it, or for that matter, to have an owner as beautiful as you." "Do you really mean that?" Melita asked him, "or are you just cheering me up? I should feel miserable if I let you down and looked out of place." "I promise you, you will fit in perfectly," Sir John said reassuringly. "It is actually what the house has needed for a long time. It is always a woman who makes the best finishing touches to a house, which, however magnificent, must still be a home for people to live in, and that is your business entirely." Melita laughed. "I do find things very strange, at the same time very exciting," she admitted. "I often pinch myself and feel that I am dreaming, and that this cannot be happening to me." "But it is," he replied, "and so far we have been brilliant in making things work exactly as we want them to, and no one has the least idea we are not a properly married couple." As he finished speaking, he realized that Melita's eyes were twinkling. Then she said, "I suppose you realize that you are an irresistible romantic." "It is what men always think they are, but you are definitely out of a fairy tale, and it is impossible for you to be real." "I wish that was true, and I hope it is something you will go on thinking. I can only say one more thing. My house, for which I remain eternally grateful to your father, needs you more than it needs anything else." "What do you mean by that?" Melita asked. "It is a woman who makes things perfect. At the same time, she creates the atmosphere of a house in which she lives. My house was a dying block of stone until your father brought it to life. Now you have been sent to add the ultimate finishing touch to what is already magnificent in its own way." He paused before he added, "I cannot help thinking that you will be even more of a success than I am expecting you to be." "Now you are really frightening me," Melita said. "Suppose I fail you?" Sir John shook his head. "Neither of us must fail in this exciting adventure," he replied. "We have already covered the first mile. Now, as we go on deeper into the involvement of it all, we will succeed. I'm certain of that." He smiled. "The one person who has sent us into this amazing adventure would, I am sure, be quite certain that we would not fail him or ourselves." There was silence before Melita said, "I love it when you talk to me like that. You make me believe in all the things I want to believe, but which of course I could not find in the convent." She clapped her hands as she went on. "This is all so exciting, so different from anything I have ever known, and I am only afraid of one thing, and that is I might fail you. I'm quite certain you will never do so. But now you are entertaining my land, or should I say, our land. In about half a mile, there is the village, and I'm certain that there will be the greatest excitement amongst the villagers there has ever been when they see you." "Oh, now you scare me again," Melita said. "They will be so upset if they are disappointed." "They will not be," John assured her. "Of that, I'm really sure." As he was speaking, the horses took them past the first cottages of the village, where his home had been built many centuries previously. He was well aware that since Gavron Murillo had given his father such a large amount of money, the cottages that had once looked dilapidated were now painted in blue and white. The thatch on the roofs was new, and the gardens in front of the door were massed with flowers. There was no doubt that the village looked prosperous and extremely attractive. John gazed at it proudly as they drove past. Then there were shops with brightly coloured tiled roofs and a church which was very old, and it had been repaired until it was as strong and as well built as it had been 400 years ago. Just to the side of them were two attractive lodges for the gatekeepers, and the gates were open. As they drove through them, Melita saw that there was a long drive ahead with huge oak trees on either side of it. It was exactly as she had expected a stately home in England to look. As they drove on, she could see ahead the sunlight on the windows of a great house and a flag fluttering on the chimney tops. When they drew nearer, she could see that the house seemed to be standing in a bed of flowers, and to reach it, they passed over a narrow bridge, beneath which there was a silver stream glittering in the sunlight. The house itself was magnificent. When Sir John drew up his horses outside the main door, Melita saw that on the side of the steps there were two large stone lions. As the horses stopped, she said excitedly, "It's so lovely. It's just what I expected it to be, and a perfect background for you, John." He gazed at her questioningly, but she was looking up at the windows and the Gilmour flag waving proudly in the breeze. "If it is a fairy castle," he replied, "then you are the fairy queen. Come with me, and explore what is now your home and what you have to make as delightful as you want it to be." "I will, I will," Melita cried out excitedly as she stepped out of the carriage. Then, as she ran to the steps to touch the stone lions on either side of them, Sir John thought that, with the sun shining on her fair hair and her blue eyes, she looked just like the fairy queen herself. Chapter 6. Sir John came down to breakfast feeling that he had slept for at least 100 years. He had been very tired when finally they had gone upstairs to bed. They had sat up late because there was so much to talk about and so much to explain to Melita of what she had inherited by coming to this magnificent house. Sir John could not help feeling that he was glad that his father had done so much work on it already, due to the way Gavron Murillo had made him rich. He would have been ashamed for her to have seen it when it was literally falling down, and every room was more unkempt than the last. He had shown her proudly the main sitting rooms after they had finished dinner. He was as thrilled as she was at the pictures, the statues, the armoury, and the library full of the books that had been collected over the centuries. He was thankful that none of them had been sold when they were so poor, and he pointed out antique books that any museum would have been delighted to acquire or borrow from him. "It's wonderful, wonderful," Melita exclaimed not once but 12 times. "And I had no idea that you lived in a fairy palace." "There is one more thing which I know will thrill you," Sir John said, "and that is the family jewels, which are all entailed and have been for centuries." He took her into a small room where there was a safe and also a large cabinet with glass doors. Inside was all the jewellery and regalia worn by the baronets down the centuries, and a number of jewels also belonging to their wives. There were many necklaces, earrings, and rings, and to Melita's delight, a coronet which was made of diamonds, which Sir John explained had been worn at the opening of Parliament by every baronet's wife up to the last century. It was then that they decided, Sir John told her, that it was too heavy and had made a more delicate one which was kept in a very special safe. My mother said that those who wore it must have been in agony, and personally she was quite happy to look at it rather than have to wear it. "It's lovely, lovely," Melita said, "and when we have time I will ask you if I can borrow it when I attend church or the House of Commons at the state opening of Parliament. I suppose I am allowed to go to it?" "Of course you will be," Sir John said. "When I am sure you will be more comfortable in the other one I will show you when you are presented to Queen Victoria." Melita gasped, and he knew it was a new excitement for her. He let her take some of the jewellery out of the locked cabinet, and she tried the rings on her fingers and made him wear one of the men's decorations. "Perhaps they will give you one like this," she said as she pinned it on his chest. "I am afraid that I do not do anything to deserve it," Sir John said, "and then you will always look at them in here, in the safe, and sigh because your husband is not grand enough." Melita laughed. "Jewels or not, I think that you are exactly the right person to be the owner of these treasures in this magical house." "That is what we must make it. Oh, there is still a great deal to do, especially outside. But tomorrow I will show you everything else I now own, which, of course, I share with you." She then looked at him, and he thought that she was really saying, "For as long as I stay." Although the words may have trembled on her lips, she did not say them. Now, in the breakfast room, he was thinking that if she had been any other woman, he would have rapped on her door and told her that he was going downstairs. But he did not want the servants to be aware of why they were sleeping in separate rooms. Melita had said to him just before they went to bed, "I have told the maids looking after me that I am not sleeping in your room for the simple reason that you snore, and I am a very light sleeper." Did they believe you? Sir John asked. Of course they did, she replied. We must be affectionate in front of them, so that they will think that the mere fact that we are sleeping in separate rooms is not of any particular relevance, Sir John suggested. Of course, that is what we must do, Melita agreed. They went up to bed, and he showed her the room that his mother had always used as a dressing room, while she slept in the master suite with her husband. That room was reached only by a boudoir between two bedrooms. Melita had been thrilled with the French writing table and the comfortable sofa. There were also pictures on the walls by a French artist she had always loved. It is only right, she then said, that we should be united by France, when France was where my father lived when he was not in the East. I think that he enjoyed France more than any of the other countries where he became famous, Sir John replied. He was so kind to everyone, and there must be hundreds of men and women all over the world now he's dead, praying for him and thanking him in their hearts for what he did for them. He was indeed a very wonderful person, Melita agreed. I feel guilty that we are not directly obeying his wishes and his instructions. I think above everything else that he wanted you to be happy. That is what I want too, so that we must not keep looking back and regretting the step we have agreed to take. He had said this to Melita last night when she had exclaimed over and over again how thrilled she was with the contents of his house. Tomorrow I will show you my horses, Sir John told her. Horses? Melita exclaimed. How very exciting! I would love to ride with you in the morning, which I know is the right way to start the day. Sir John looked at her in surprise. I told you that I can ride, she said. Papa gave me a pony at the convent almost as soon as I had left the cradle. Every year he sent larger horses until I was riding the finest and the swiftest horses that he could import into Thailand. Sir John was astonished. At the convent, he exclaimed. They were thrilled, Melita explained, because they all longed to ride, but of course could not afford to have horses until Papa sent them. She smiled before she added, Then they used them when they went to outlying places where people were ill or dying, and had to be taken to the convent for help. In the past, they had had to walk, and when they could ride, it made all the difference. Papa gave them 2 carriages as well. He was such a generous man, Sir John sighed. He was always thinking of other people. He was always thinking of me, Melita said. I cannot tell you what a difference it made to my life when I could ride with the nuns or the grooms. We were able to ride before breakfast or in the afternoon, and I enjoyed it more than anything else I ever did. Then you will certainly enjoy riding my horses, Sir John declared. Melita smiled. I will race you, and because I want to show you what a good rider I am, I will do everything I can to beat you. And I will do everything that I can to prevent you doing so, John replied teasingly. They had both laughed at the idea. Now, when just as he was beginning his breakfast, the door opened and Melita came in. She was wearing a riding habit that he thought must have originally been his mother's, but it fitted her, and she looked very smart. I hope you have kept your promise, Melita said, and that the horses will be waiting for us as soon as we have finished breakfast. And I have ordered 2 of my best mounts to be brought round, Sir John told her. I will be extremely hurt if you don't admire them. You know very well that if they are your choice, I will see that they are the best available, Melita replied, like everything else in this house. I cannot help but keep saying that it is all due to your father, Sir John mused. Melita went to the sideboard to help herself from the silver dishes, which contained eggs, bacon, and fish. When she carried her plate back to the table, Sir John had picked up the morning newspaper. In an angry voice he exploded, "Oh, damn the press!" "What is wrong?" Melita asked. "They have somehow got hold of your father's will and have described you as one of the greatest heiresses of the period, and they have added a lot of nonsense about me." Melita sighed. "I knew that it was impossible, after I had met my family, for them not to talk. You know as well as I do that, whichever country you are in, there are always newspapers who want to get a good story if it is possible." "Well, it is a bad story as far as we are concerned," Sir John said. "I can assure you that every fortune hunter in the country will be calling on us, and as they have stated the amount of money you inherited, you will be the focus of every column in every newspaper until they find another story of interest to talk about." He was speaking harshly, and Melita laughed. "It's no use being angry," she said. "Papa told me a long time ago that the press was either your friend or your enemy, and he preferred them as a friend." "So what you are inferring," he replied, "is that if they come here, you are ready to talk to them, and doubtless offer them my best wine?" "Of course, we must," Melita asserted. "Otherwise it would be stupid of us to send them away so that they will say nasty things about us instead of nice." She paused for a moment before she added, "After all, there is nothing wrong in being rich." "It can be very tiresome, as you can expect, to have a mountain of begging letters and people knocking on the door praying for your help." Melita gazed at him, and then she remarked quietly, "We must help them." There was a moment's silence before he asked, "Do you really mean that?" "Due to Papa, you and I have both benefited from his kindness, his understanding, and, of course, the amount of money he has spent on us. Naturally, in return, we have to do something for those who have not been as lucky as we have been." Again there was silence, and then Sir John said, "You are right, but I don't know of anyone else who would think it their duty to help those less fortunate than themselves when it comes to actual pounds, shillings, and pence." "I expect we can help them in other ways," Melita said. "If they come knocking on our door, I will feel that it is my duty to save them from whatever they are suffering. It is the only real way I can say thank you to Papa for all he has done for me." Sir John sighed. "You're right, but I don't know of anyone else who would think the same way." "If we are unique, then perhaps others will follow," Melita replied. "Then the world will be, well, a little fairer. After all, it is wrong that so many people should be rich and so many more very poor." Sir John thought that this was a very extraordinary conversation to be having with a woman, and certainly one he had never had before. As they went on talking, he found it very touching that Melita was so grateful to her real father for all he had done for her. "I only wish," she said, "that I could say he was my father. But as you are the only person who is aware of it, you know it is the one matter that we have to keep secret." "Of course it is," he agreed. "Your family would be very shocked, and a lot of people would be upset, and become active enemies, because your father, although he was very rich, was handicapped by being a half-caste." "I realize all that," Melita replied. "That is why we must try to do what is right, and what is good. As I have often said in my prayers, I know that God will help us." She spoke naturally, and Sir John thought it very touching that a young girl, so beautiful and so rich, could speak of God as if he was a distinct and important part of her life. "She is certainly unique," he thought to himself. He threw the newspaper, which had annoyed him so considerably, on the floor. "I will not think about it again," he told himself. I will leave it to Melita, and she will doubtless manage it as she wishes to do." They hurried over their breakfast. And then they found the horses which Sir John had ordered for them at the front door. Melita was thrilled with her mount, and she patted him and talked to him for quite some minutes before she allowed Sir John to lift her onto the saddle. "Now, I am going to take you into my special wood which I loved when I was a child," he told her. "But first we will ride through the orchard, and I think you will enjoy seeing the trees heavy with plums, damsons, and, in a month, some really delicious apples." He smiled before he added, "It was my mother who chose these trees soon after I was born. They have now grown up, as I have done, and I think that you will admire them as well as enjoying their produce." "You are remembering," Melita said, "that I told you I longed to see an English orchard. It was what I read about in the convent, but thought that I would never see one, and certainly would never own one." "Well, now one of your wishes has come true," Sir John retorted, as he led the way through the flower garden, which was a riot of colour, into the orchard. As he expected, Melita was thrilled with the fruit trees, and he had some difficulty in taking her away from them. They trotted towards the wood, which he knew that she would find as exciting as he had as a child. They then galloped over a field to a stream where there was a small wooden bridge. They rode over it carefully, because it was easy for the horses to slip. And then there was the wood, and Melita was totally fascinated by it. She was certain that fairies were lurking in the trees, and mermaids in the pool in the middle of it. They rode carefully and slowly over the path, which was somewhat overgrown. It was then they came out at the end of the wood into a large field. "Now we must gallop," Sir John said to her. "I defy Bracken, which you are riding, to beat Samuel." Later he had to admit to her that it was a very near thing. Because Melita rode perfectly, he was sure that she was as good on a horse as he was. As they pulled up at another row of trees, he said, "I had no idea that you would be able to ride so well. I really thought when we were coming to England that I would have to teach you. Now I am not so sure that you will not have to teach me." Melita grinned. "You know that you are extremely good," she said. "What Englishman is anything else but happily at home on a horse? My father used to say that it was all the English blood in me that made me ride so well, and that he wished, if for no other reason, he had been born an Englishman. I think he did very well, as he was, and everyone was always exceedingly grateful to him, like us on these superb, well-trained horses." "I love mine," Melita said, "but I would like to ride every horse in your stable before I make up my mind which one I will ask for every morning. It will take you some time, but now I want to show you the second wood, which is very different, as it is hiding a heavy stone rock from the house which has a story all of its own." "Oh, tell me, do tell me," Melita begged him. "Many years ago, at the time when my great-great-grandfather was in residence, he believed that there was gold hidden somewhere in the garden. I'm not certain whether he thought it was a natural seam or whether it had been put there in Roman times." He paused, and Melita encouraged him excitedly. "Go on." He was determined that the rock had something to do with it. He therefore dug and dug until he had made himself an enormous cave into which he could go to seek the gold he hoped to find. "How fascinating!" Melita exclaimed. "Did he find anything?" "I don't think he ever did, but at least he made it a place where I could play hide-and-seek when I was a boy, and of course when I heard the story of what he dug for, I also looked for the gold." "But you did not find any?" "No. All I found were horseshoes, which I assumed had been taken there for luck, and a lot of stones, which I was quite sure were really gold, so I dug them up to show my father." Was he impressed? Melita asked. Not at all, no. He laughed at me, and said if my great-great-grandfather had been such a fool, there was no point in my being one too. Oh, well that was unkind when you were trying to be so helpful, Melita exclaimed. That is right, and that is what I was trying to do, Sir John replied. We were so poor then, and I thought that perhaps by some miracle the gold would still be there, and I would find it. But you did not find it. No, I found Gavron Murillo instead, Sir John replied, and who could ask for anything better than that? Melita smiled. He would like to hear you say that, so we must say it very often, if only to ourselves, simply because I am sure that he is listening, and is thrilled that he has been able to do so much for so many. You are quite right, Sir John agreed at once. When they dismounted, Melita saw around the cave, and in front of it were a number of sunflowers. She looked at them in some surprise, as they were not what she expected, and Sir John explained, My dear mother planted them. As so much time was always spent looking at the cave and digging into it, it was very ugly, so she planted the sunflowers around it, although they are not so thick on the other side. They certainly seem beautiful, beside such a rough cave, Melita commented. Well, don't brush against them, as they will leave yellow pollen all over your riding habit, and the servants have always told me that it is very difficult to brush off. Melita laughed. I thought there would be a snag somewhere when the flowers look so pretty. They entered the enormous cave, and realized that there was no question of there being anything else hidden inside it, except small stones together with one or two larger ones, which had obviously been put on one side to be inspected very closely in case they contained gold. They did not stay there for long. It's a waste of sunshine, Sir John said, and I have a great deal more to show you. They mounted again and rode slowly back. As Melita looked ahead at the magnificent house silhouetted against the sky, she said unexpectedly, There is one thing missing here. What is that? Sir John asked. So many people had told him that everything was perfect since they had done the repairs and alterations, he could hardly believe that she could find anything wrong. There is one thing that I believe everyone should have in the home, which I was surprised that you did not have in London, but I was certain would be here when we arrived. I don't know what you're talking about, Sir John protested. What is missing? Just for a moment, it annoyed him that she could find anything wrong with what, to him, was sublime. You have marvellous horses, Melita explained, and I want to ride every one of them. But where are your dogs? Dogs? Sir John exclaimed. I always thought that an English gentleman was surrounded by dogs, and they followed him everywhere and slept in his room. Sir John laughed. Well, that is certainly a picture that I suppose has been painted over the centuries. You're quite right. There should be dogs here. And there were dogs. Well, what has happened to them? Melita questioned. I have not seen one since I came here. My father had 3 Labradors, of which he was very proud, Sir John told her. Oh, but I'm afraid that when they died he could not afford the time to have any more. He paused before he added, Also, I think he felt that they would never be as good as the ones he had lost. And you never wanted a dog? Melita inquired. I wanted one when I was a small boy, he replied. I used to be so jealous of my friends, who had spaniels and all sorts of dogs that followed them about, and which they played with endlessly. He sighed as if he was remembering how much it had hurt him at the time. Why did you not have dogs when you could afford them? Melita asked. I will now tell you why, Sir John said a little impatiently. A dog always wants to be with his master or mistress, and it is impossible, as you know, to take them abroad. There was silence for a moment before he went on. The one thing I wanted to do more than anything else was to travel, and now I can afford it and see the world, which Gavron Murillo explained so often to me when he was visiting my father, and which to me was as exciting as any story I could read. So you could have a dog or two now that you can afford it. I still want to go abroad, Sir John told her, and to leave a dog would tear my heart out, just like leaving a lovely woman. He paused again. Worst of all, as you know, a dog is not allowed into the country unless it is put into quarantine for some months. I'm sure that they don't understand, and it must break their hearts to be in some nasty kennel, thinking that their master does not care for them any more. Now you are making me want to cry, Melita said. And of course, I would never have a dog if I wanted to travel, and might be abroad for a long time. Now you have said exactly what I wanted to say, Sir John replied. Although I don't have a dog at the moment, I promise you, if we settle here, which I hope we will want to do, we can have as many dogs as you want. Melita's eyes lit up. Do you really mean it? She asked. Of course I mean it. But certainly we must look after them and love them and not leave them. Otherwise it will break their hearts. As he spoke, he knew that he wanted her to stay. He could not explain it to himself. But he suddenly felt that things would not be the same in the future if she was not there to praise everything and to be as excited as she had been this morning when he had taken her round the house. Most of all, he knew, if he was honest, that he had enjoyed their ride together more than he had enjoyed any ride for years. Of course she will have a dog, he said almost angrily to himself, because he wanted to alter his train of thought. They rode a short distance further before he said, This afternoon, I have to see some of my farmers and, of course, the manager of the estate. I will explore by myself, Melita suggested. It will be very exciting as I am thrilled by everything I see. They had luncheon, and Melita enjoyed every dish which the cook had prepared for them. She insisted, when they had finished, on going into the kitchen to tell her just how delicious every course had been. It's not unusual to do that, Sir John said, thinking of his mother. I will not do it every day, Melita replied, but today is a very special day, as it is my first day here, and I know that is exactly what they will want to hear. Of course, she was right. The cook was delighted that she had enjoyed every dish, and as Melita had learnt, those in the kitchen wanted to see her closer than they had managed to do when she was hurrying either up or downstairs. She shook hands with everyone and told them how thrilled she was to be at the hall. She had always been told that no one could cook roast beef as well as the English, and plum tart had also been something that she had wanted to eat, but no one could do it in the same way. I assure you, she said, we had very simple food in the convent where I was brought up. I now feel spoiled and delighted whenever I see cream has been added to the dish I am about to eat. Oh, you shall have all the cream I can get for you, my lady, the cook said, smiling. Then, if I get very fat, it will be your fault, and also mine for being so greedy, Melita laughed. The girls in the pantry stared at her admiringly, and when they left the kitchen, Sir John said, That was very kind of you, and something no one here could possibly have expected. I do realize how much pleasure you gave the cook, who has been with me for nearly 20 years now. He smiled as he added proudly, During that time, she has never faltered nor tried to leave when it was impossible to give her any help in the kitchen. It is really sad that we cannot tell her it is your father who has made everything so happy here. I think they are aware that he had a great deal to do with it, Melita said. I will certainly praise them after every good meal I enjoy. Also, I think now they believe us to be married, that we should increase their wages." Sir John hesitated for a moment, and then he smiled at her. "You are quite right. It is something I should have thought of, but it will make them even happier than they are already, because you have come here. That is the sort of compliment that I was hoping to receive," Melita said softly. As they reached the hall, the butler told them that the estate manager and the other men who Sir John had ordered to come were now waiting patiently for him in his sitting room. "I will go out into the garden," Melita said. "When you have finished, you will find me amongst the flowers and blossoms." Actually, the people he saw took far longer than Sir John expected. When they left him, he went hurriedly first into the drawing-room to see if Melita was there. Then he went into the flower garden, only to find that it, too, was empty. "I wonder where she can possibly be," he thought. Then he decided that she would have gone to the stables. She had loved Bracken in the morning, and perhaps she had gone to ride him again. This time he was right. "Her ladyship came, and, well, she wanted the same horse she had this morning," the groom told him. "But then I tells her Bracken had been given a good ride this morning, so she says she's only going to the village." "To the village?" Sir John repeated. "How odd." However, he thought it best that he should follow her, and had a horse saddled for him. He rode off, wondering if perhaps she had gone to the church to say a prayer, which she might easily have done. Then, to his surprise, he saw halfway down the line of cottages that there was Bracken outside one of them. It was being held by 2 boys. When he rode up to them, he realized that Melita was obviously inside the cottage. He gave his horse to the older boy, who promised to hold him carefully, and then he walked up to the cottage door. As he heard voices inside, he pushed it open. To his surprise, he saw Melita sitting in a chair in front of the fireplace, holding a baby in her arms, and the mother was sitting beside her. They looked up when Sir John appeared, and Melita said, "Oh, John, I'm so glad you have come here. This beautiful little baby was born only 3 days ago, and his mother has called him John, after you. I know that you will be proud she has done so." Sir John held out his hand to the woman who had risen when he came in. I think you are Mrs. Walters," he said. "That's right, Sir John," she answered, "and it be a real pleasure to see you." "I have only just come back, and was told that you had another son," Sir John said. "I can see he is very happy in my wife's arms." "And ever so proud she be to be there, Sir John," Mrs. Walters replied. "She's a lovely lady, and you're real lucky to have her for a wife." "Well, that is what I think myself," Sir John answered, "and I will be most honoured to have your son called after me." He looked at Melita as he spoke, and realized that she was not looking at him, but at the child. There was a soft and sweet, tender expression on her face. She looked lovelier, he thought, than he had ever seen her look before. It struck him that it was exactly how he wanted his wife to look when she had his child. But it was a feeling that he could not possibly put into words. Melita held the baby very close against her breast, and then she handed him back to his mother. "He's going to be a beautiful boy," she said. "I know that Sir John will want to be told when you are having him christened, and we will send him a very special christening present." "Well, that's very kind, my lady," Mrs. Walters sighed, taking the baby from Melita's arms. "It's something we'll be very thrilled to have for the rest of our lives." "I will come and see you again," Melita told her. "I hope he will be big and strong, and you will be soon feeling yourself again. It's been wonderful having you here to see me. I know my husband'll be ever so pleased when he gets home and hears what's happened." Mr. Walters works at one of the farms, Sir John explained, and when I introduce you to him, you must tell him what a splendid son he has. I expect he knows that already, Melita smiled. I believe that you have 2 other sons, Sir John asked Mrs. Walters. Yes, I do, Sir John, and I says to my husband, they'll carry on his work when they gets older. Your husband has been splendid in the work he has done, Sir John told her. I'm sure that your boys will be able to take his place when he wants to stay at home in comfort with you. Oh, well, that'll be the day, she laughed. His heart's in the farm, and I always says it's a rival I've never been able to challenge. They all laughed. Then they said goodbye to Mrs. Walters, and Melita took a last look at the baby. He is very handsome, she said, and all the girls will lose their hearts to him when he grows up. Just like they lost them to Sir John, she replied. Melita laughed, and so did Sir John. When they rode away, having given the mother 2 shillings to buy the older boys some chocolate, Sir John said, Now I know where my admirers are. I expect because you are so good-looking, there will always be women who will fall in love with you, Melita said. You are so lucky to be able to choose from a great number, rather than being grateful for small mercies, as so many men have to be. Well, now you are flattering me, Sir John laughed. Are you surprised? Melita asked. When I met your relations in London, I was surprised that many of the men were very much shorter than you, while the women, although lovely, could, hardly be called beautiful. Oh, well, now you are being rather severe on your family and mine, Sir John replied. But I have always been very proud of being over 6 feet tall, and I think a small man, he always suffers in his life. You certainly need not worry about that, Melita retorted. There was a brief silence before she asked him, What do we do now? It's up to you. There are a number of farms for you to look at, and for you to be introduced to the farmer's wife, and in most cases his children. Or we can go home and go on exploring the house. He paused for a moment before he went on. I want to take you up to the tower, so that you can see for many miles on either side of it. There are still quite a number of rooms you have not inspected. In fact, more than a dozen of them. Melita glanced at him. It really is a fairy palace, and that is how I will always think of it. When I was in the convent, I used to wonder what English houses were like, especially the sort of stately home that Mamma had come from. I will show you your mother's house one day, Sir John promised. You will find it beautiful. Although it is older than mine, it is very much inferior. Melita laughed. Why are you laughing? Sir John asked. Because you said it in such a proud way, and I knew that because this house means so much to you, that every time you see it, you feel yourself growing taller and more illustrious. I think that you are being very unkind to me, he protested. At the same time, perhaps you are telling the truth. Of course it's the truth, she replied. How could you be anything but proud of this house? I know what agony it must have been for you, and your father, when, as you have told me often enough, it went into decay, and was saved entirely by our fairy godfather, as that is definitely what he has been. Sir John did not answer, and they rode on in silence. When the house came into sight, he said, Of course I am proud of the house now that it has been changed completely, and I want to stay here, and now you have fitted into it in a manner that I could not believe any other woman could have done. It is lovely. Lovely, Melita cried. I cannot bear to think of it falling into decay, and you not having enough money to keep it as it is now. They rode on until they reached the front door. He dismounted and handed his horse to the groom who came forward, and then he went to Melita's horse and lifted her to the ground. "You are very light," he said. "I almost feel that you could fly from the saddle if you wanted to." He put her down on the ground, and she looked up at him. "I don't want to fly anywhere," she replied. "I am so happy here, and everything is so beautiful." She looked up into Sir John's eyes. Just for a moment it was as if neither of them could move. Then, without saying anything more, Melita turned and walked past the 2 stone lions and through the front door. As he followed her, Sir John was thinking of her with the baby in her arms. "She is right," he told himself. "What I want is a large family. They will fill the house with their noise and laughter." As he followed Melita, he found himself thinking, almost as if it was something new, that to have what he required, he needed a wife who would be the mother of his children. Chapter 7. The following morning Sir John was down first for breakfast. He was actually pouring out his coffee when Melita came in. She was wearing the same riding habit that she had worn the previous day. Her hair was golden in the sunshine, and when she smiled at him, it seemed as if the whole room lit up. "Good morning, Melita," Sir John greeted her. "I hope you slept well." "Like a log," she replied, "and I am ready for any spectacle, which I feel sure you have waiting for me in your pocket." "As a matter of fact, it is very tiresome. I have to go and see the Lord Lieutenant this morning, but only for a short while." "Oh, I thought you were going to ride," Melita said in a disappointed voice. "We are. I will not be more than an hour or so with his lordship. We are discussing if we will allow a certain man to put up a construction in the county, which I think will be rather ugly. His lordship feels the same and wants my support." Melita smiled and answered, "I expect he will want you to pay for it, whether they will take it away or keep it." Sir John laughed. "I'm afraid so. Equally, it is good for me to have a finger in every pie in the county." "Of course it is," she agreed. "And as your house is the most important one in this part of the world, you ought to have a finger in lots of pies." Sir John groaned. "Oh, I have too many already. For goodness sake, don't force me into taking on any more. I find them very tiring, and usually people have different ideas from mine, and that can be, well, tedious." "Then you must always win every battle," Melita replied. "You know that is what we must both try to do." "I am sure that, as you are looking so pretty, you will win any battle that comes your way." "Thank you kindly, sir, for the compliment. But to get back to us, how long will you actually be?" "I hope to be no more than an hour," Sir John said, "which is quite long enough with the Lord Lieutenant, I can assure you. If you are riding through the woods or down by the stream, I will find you as soon as I can get back." "That is just what I will do," Melita said. "I will take Bracken, as at the moment I have more control over him than any of the others, but I hope soon to be able to manage all of them. That will take time, but of course, as you are so experienced with horses, you will be the winner every time." "I hope so," Melita said. They smiled at each other and ate their breakfast. "I promise you that I will be back as quickly as I can," he told her, "but the Lord Lieutenant enjoys talking, and it is not easy for me to get a word in, or to prevent him droning on." "I know exactly what you mean," Melita agreed. "A lot of old men are like that." "I hope I will be the exception. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly make me feel very uncomfortable." He did not wait for her answer, but waved his hand and went out through the door. Melita laughed as she finished her coffee. She thought that Sir John was in a particularly good mood, and not like many people who are disagreeable in the morning. However, she wished that he had stayed with her, and did not have to go and visit the Lord Lieutenant. "I suppose," she thought, "that now we are living here, they will expect John to be on numerous committees and me to open endless flower shows. Then she told herself that whatever it was, it would be more fulfilling than life had been at the convent. If it had not been for the books that her father had supplied with her, she would have been frustrated and felt almost imprisoned. Instead, she had travelled happily through her books to almost every country in the world. She knew that now they had the yacht, it would be superb if John would take her to the different countries she had read about, but thought she would never see. She also remembered that he had promised her a dog, and she wondered how soon she would be able to go riding with him, with her dog beside her, and of course he must sleep on her bed at night. John is very kind, she told herself, so kind that I feel embarrassed at having to say thank you to him all the time. I must be very careful to pay him back by being an outstanding hostess to his friends and make him happy when he and I are alone together. She finished her breakfast and then she went to the stables. There were 3 grooms cleaning out the horses in their stalls. She then went from one to the other, saying good morning and asking about the horses and how Sir John had acquired them. By the time she had spoken to all the grooms and looked into the stalls where the other horses were, Bracken was ready for her outside. "It be a lovely day, my lady," one of the grooms said. "I'm real sure you'll give Bracken all the exercise he needs." "We are going out to the woods," Melita told him, "and I am quite certain that I will see that the fairies have been dancing there last night and have left their mark near the pool." The groom laughed. "Well, that's what I used to think when I were a boy," he replied. "I waited night after night to see the fairies dancing, but they never came. All I got were a good spanking when I got home, 'cause I'd stayed out so late." "Perhaps you will see them now, because I am quite sure that they have been there," she suggested. "You looks like a fairy yourself," the groom told her, "and I'm content with that for the moment." Melita smiled at him and rode away. She was not wearing a hat because she had found it a nuisance if there was a wind, and she liked feeling free in the fresh air. "I suppose when I join the hunt," she told herself, "I will have to buy myself a top hat, and I will certainly need a smart suit. As John told me, there are some very grand members of the hunt due to the fact that so many distinguished people live in this part of the county." She was glad, however, that they were not too near to Gilmour Hall, as she liked seeing the land in the distance with no buildings on it. The village was tucked away, lower than the house, so that the roofs did not interfere with the majestic view. "It's so enchanting," she thought as she rode on. "I am so lucky that John has such superb horses. All I want now is 1 or maybe 2 dogs, and I will feel complete." Then, just as if the thought suddenly interrupted her, she remembered how sweet the baby had been when she had held it in her arms yesterday. She had known then, as she knew now, that she wanted children of her own. What could be a more perfect place for them than this house so full of beauty that they would be intensely proud of it? What I would like to have is 10 sons and 5 daughters. Then she laughed at herself. It was distinctly unlikely that she would have such a large family, or, as it seemed at the moment, any family at all. She had to face the fact that if John found someone he loved, then, as they had arranged, they would separate without any fuss about it. Then she would be alone except for her family, who would doubtless say that they were delighted to have her because she was so rich. "That is not what I want," she thought as she rode through the orchard. "I want my own home. I want my own children, my own horses, and my own dogs." Then she laughed again, as she was quite certain, if anyone was listening to her, that they would say that she was greedy and asking too much of life. "I am fortunate as things are at the moment," she thought. "John is so kind to me. He is the right sort of person to have Gavron Murillo's money, and any woman who marries him will find that he considers it his duty to prevent her from being unhappy. As if she could not help it, she then found herself wondering if the Lord Lieutenant had a pretty daughter. If, like so many women, she would flirt with John, hoping, because he was so rich, he would ask her to marry him. I am sure if we go to London, Melita thought to herself, there will be hundreds of women pursuing John, and more so now when they realize how wealthy he is. She had hoped that it would not be talked about, but the newspapers yesterday had revealed everything that they wanted kept secret. Of course, it has made John angry, she thought. I suppose I should be angry too, but I find it difficult to think of anything but how beautiful the place is, and how Bracken is one of the most marvellous horses I have ever ridden. She crossed over the stream, and then turned into the wood. She was certain that it really was a fairy wood. As the groom had just related, the fairies danced at night, leaving their marks looking like small mushrooms on the ground. If I had children, I would bring them here, Melita told herself. I am quite certain that we would find traces of the fairies dancing, and then perhaps see mermaids in the pool. Then, as she rode into the quietness of the wood, she thought that she heard a sound of someone moving ahead through the trees. There had never been anyone here before. She thought that perhaps she was just imagining it. At the same time, if there were trespassers, she knew that John would be annoyed. As he had said to her when he was showing her round, we must make it very clear that we don't want trespassers of any sort over our land. The people in the village are very loyal and always carry out my wishes. In fact, I am told they are rude and disagreeable to strangers who want to pick our wild flowers in the summer and in the winter try to shoot our pheasants. I must be imagining there are people here, Melita told herself. But she felt that if she did find any trespassers, she would just ask them politely to go back to where they had come from. Sir John hurried, riding faster than he usually did when he visited the Lord Lieutenant. He reached his grand house in what he told himself was record time. The Lord Lieutenant, who was getting old, greeted him delightedly and said, It is so kind of you to come when I know that you are on your honeymoon. I know you would not have asked me unless it was urgent, Sir John responded. Anything that happens in the county is very important to you, and of course to all of us. That is exactly what I feel, the Lord Lieutenant answered. I think this man will build something hideous and drive a lot of our best men away from the land. Then we must certainly do everything we can to stop him. The land here is particularly good, and we don't want building on it, but more attention to the rotation of our crops. Quite right, Lord Lieutenant agreed, as he led the way into the study, where 5 others were waiting. Sir John had only been there for 5 minutes when the man concerned with the new buildings arrived. They had a somewhat fiery meeting, with both sides being very positive as to what was required. They had some difficulty in making him realize that what they were suggesting was in the best interests of the county as a whole. Of course, inevitably they came to no conclusion, but went away to think things over, and Sir John could only hope that he and the Lord Lieutenant had made it perfectly clear that the buildings were not wanted. After the man had left, the Lord Lieutenant asked all of them to have a drink. However, to Sir John's relief, they were in a hurry to get back to where they had come from. He also refused any hospitality the Lord Lieutenant offered him, and rode away as quickly as he could. He realized that he had taken much longer than he had told Melita he would. She would be disappointed that they had missed so much of the morning together. As he went on to his own land, there was no sign of anyone. He thought that Melita, giving him up for being so late, had already returned to the house. Perhaps it would be a good idea to go there first and find out where she was. He rode up the drive and thought, as he always did, that the old oaks standing like sentinels on either side made it a perfect entrance to Gilmour Hall. As he galloped up to the front door, he saw Bracken and 2 of the grooms with him. He therefore imagined that Melita must have just gone inside. As he then drew his horse to a standstill, the head groom hurried towards him and said, "Oh, I'm glad that you've arrived, Sir John. We were worried because Bracken's come back here alone." "What do you mean?" Sir John asked sharply. "Her ladyship, she weren't with him," he said, "and we thinks perhaps she's had a fall." This did not seem likely to Sir John, for the simple reason that Melita was such a good rider, and he could not imagine her having a fall from any horse. "I will now go. I'll see if I can find her," he told the head groom. Then, as an afterthought, he inquired, "Has Bracken been hurt in any way?" No, Sir John. We were saying we didn't think he'd fallen," the head groom replied. Without saying any more, Sir John rode off to the orchard, and from the orchard into the wood. There was no sign of anyone there. Although there were several marks of horses' hooves on the path, they might easily have been made but 2 or 3 days earlier. When he reached the end of the wood, he went out into the big field on the other side of it, where they usually galloped. But one quick glance told him that there was no one in sight, and certainly no sign of Melita. "There must be some mistake," he said to himself. "Perhaps by this time, if she had fallen, she has walked back to the house." He turned his horse around and rode back until he found that Bracken was no longer by the front door, and he had obviously been taken to the stables. Sir John dismounted and told one of the footmen to hold his horse. Then he ran into the house. Bates the butler was in the hall, and Sir John asked him, "Has her ladyship returned?" "No, Sir John," he replied. "When we heard the horse had come home without her, I've been looking out of the windows, expecting to see her ladyship come walking through the garden." "What could have happened?" Sir John asked, more to himself than to Bates. Then Bates said, "That just reminds me, Sir John. A letter was found outside the kitchen a few minutes ago, and I puts it on the tray, ready to bring to you when you returned." Sir John was hardly listening, but as the butler held out the letter for him, he saw that it was addressed to him. It was not in an envelope as he might well have expected. It was on a piece of folded paper, tied together with a small piece of string. He could quite understand why the butler had not thought of it of any significance. He had obviously decided to give it to him when he was less worried than he was at the moment. However, as it looked so strange, Sir John opened it. As he read the first 2 or 3 words, his whole body stiffened. At the top, in a childlike hand, was written, "Sir John." Then underneath he read, "If you want to see your wife again, you will have to pay for her. We've taken her to a place where you'll not find her, and she'll be unharmed if you gives us £10,000. If you fail to do this, you'll never see her again. The right amount of money is to be delivered to us before 6 o'clock tonight. If you don't obey us tonight, you'll never see her again." There was no signature at the bottom of the page, and the writing was ill-formed and very untidy. Finding it hard to believe what he had just read, Sir John read it through again. When he had done so, he drew in his breath and knew that this was entirely as a result of what had appeared in the newspapers. Then he told himself that he now had to use all his wits if he was to rescue her. The price of £10,000 could have been regarded as complete rubbish if it was not contradicted by everything that had been written about both he and Melita in the press. Of course, people would believe the newspapers, and from the way the article had been written, £10,000 was of little importance to two people who were so immensely rich. Bates was watching while Sir John read the note. Then he asked, "Is it bad news, Sir John?" "It certainly is," he replied. "Now, we have to use our brains, quickly, to rescue her ladyship who has been kidnapped." "I don't believe it," Bates exclaimed. "How could such a thing happen to us?" Sir John thought for a moment that he could say it was very easy. Instead, he walked to the door and stood looking out. Then, almost as if he was inspired, he knew that he would have to be very clever in what he would have to do now. He had read about a case recently where a man was blackmailed. Although he eventually gave the blackmailers the money that they had asked for, they had taken it and got away before it had been possible to stop them. He was quite certain that if he sent for the police or made any angry sort of gesture against the captors, they would disappear, taking Melita with them. It would then be impossible for them to be found, and Melita. He realized then that the letter he was reading was doubled over. He had only read the front piece. So he opened it more carefully and found what he had missed earlier. "If you sends for anyone to capture us," he read, "your wife will die, but no one will find out where she's hidden. Leave the money on the bridge, and a short time later your wife will be returned to you." Again, no signature. Sir John could only stare at the badly written note in silence. "What's happened?" Bates asked. "What can we do to find her ladyship?" For a moment Sir John did not answer. Then he said, "Send for every man in the stables and the farms, and I want you and all the footmen in the house to come here as quickly as possible." Bates stared at him, but he knew that it would be a mistake to ask any questions. He merely sent one footman hurrying to the stables, another to the farms, and a third to the kitchen quarters. Sir John walked slowly into the study. He was praying for help, praying that he would do the right thing and Melita would not die a gruesome death. He was certain in his own mind that the men who had kidnapped her would be very clever in hiding her. At the same time, they had made it clear that if they did not have the £10,000 they wanted in their hands, she would suffer. He had heard in many countries of the violence that took place when there was a robbery. He had known that in London there were gangs of what used to be called highwaymen, and robbers of every description, and it was dangerous to walk in certain parts of the city at night. There were continual reports in the newspapers of men and women being forced at the point of a gun to hand over everything they had on them. Sometimes they had to pay, as he was expected to pay, for the victim to be set free. The real question was, even if they received the £10,000, they still might not give up Melita. "I have to find her," he told himself. "After all, they cannot have gone far." As the men Bates had sent for started to appear in the sitting room, Sir John waited patiently until they were all there. Then he asked for the door to be closed. "I want to read to you what I have just received," he said. "I want you all to think carefully of anything that might help us find and rescue her ladyship. As you know, Bracken came back alone, and I cannot believe that she is very far away." He read them the note from the kidnappers. He thought as he was doing so that it was almost a hopeless task to find Melita. Perhaps it would be best to pay the money and then make sure that she was returned to him. But every instinct in his body fought against giving in to this appalling blackmail. At the same time, it was so important that Melita should stay alive and not be injured. "Now, have any of you here any idea where she might be?" John asked the men facing him. There was a murmur. Then one of the grooms said, I saw her ladyship going into the wood, but they're not likely to hold her there." "Why not?" Sir John asked sharply. "Because, Sir John, it be too easy, as it's a small wood. Them who's written that letter to you would know that." Sir John thought that this was good thinking. Then he said, "Of course I could pay the money, but even then we cannot be certain that they will hand her over." He paused before he went on. "I was reading only the other day in the newspaper of a man who paid £100 for the return of one of his pictures. The burglar took the money, but there was no sign of the picture coming back to him." "But her ladyship must be hidden somewhere near here," Bates said, "because she couldn't have gone a long distance before Bracken returned." "That be true enough," the head groom agreed. "She couldn't have been away more than 3/4 of an hour when he comes into the stables." "I think that makes it easier for us," Sir John said. "Equally, if we find her, they might, out of sheer evil, injure her before we are able to take her away." Several of the older men nodded to this. Sir John next said rather helplessly, "Then, what can we do?" There was a poignant silence. Then an older man who had come with the others moved forward. He was only employed out of kindness because he was too old to do very much except water the flowers in the greenhouse and bring in what was required from the kitchen garden in the way of vegetables. "When you was reading the note, Sir John," he said in a rather quavering voice, "I noticed there be a strange mark on the back of the paper." "Is there?" Sir John queried. He had put it down on his writing desk, and now he picked it up again so that they could all see the bad writing of the kidnappers on one side. He turned it over. There was little to be seen except for 2 or 3 smudged marks on the back of the piece of paper. "Well," the old man said, "you know what that be?" "No," John replied a little impatiently. I have no idea." "It be sunflowers," the old man said. "As you know, them sunflowers always leave marks of yellow pollen on anything that comes near 'em." John stared at the marks. Then he exclaimed, "You are absolutely right. So that is where they have hidden her ladyship." "Then let's go and get her back," one of the grooms cried out. Sir John put out his hand. "With men like that, they may kill her out of pure anger that we have discovered where they have hidden her. We have to be clever, very clever, if we are going to bring her ladyship back without her being injured." "How can we do that?" one of the footmen asked. "Well, that is just what I am thinking about," Sir John replied, "and I am extremely grateful to Potter for being so observant." Potter smiled at the praise. Then, rather slowly, Sir John said, "We have to be very astute about all this, otherwise anything might happen to her ladyship. Now, the first thing we have to do is to send someone to the bank to fetch the £10,000. "You're not going to give it to them, Sir John?" Bates asked in horror. "But we may have to, eventually," Sir John replied. "But we are not making the mistake of putting money in front of anyone's life, especially her ladyship's." He looked round and his eyes rested on one of the footmen. Then he said, "I want them, if they are watching us, to think that I am going to the bank. So I want you, Brian, to take the chaise and drive to the bank in the town." "I'll do that, sir," Brian said. John looked round again, and then he said, "Now, I think that James looks more like me than anyone else. I want you to go upstairs and put on one of my coats and a hat. Don't look around you when you are driving to the bank, so that anyone seeing you passing will think that you're me. And at the bank you will draw out exactly £10,000. He paused before he added, "I will give you the instructions, and you must leave as soon as we have finished here. Now, I want about 5 of those who are left, who are handy with a gun, to come with me. I know that most of you were in the army, and Boyden was in the navy, so that you can use any small gun or pistol if needs be." The 5 men who Sir John had named nodded their heads. "Go into the gun room. Choose a weapon that you think you will be the most proficient with. Then come back here and don't go near a window in case anyone sees you." As he finished speaking, he went over to his writing table and sat down. The men he had named moved rapidly out of the study, and he knew that there was every sort of weapon they required in the gun room, as it had been one of his father's pet hobbies. He himself had the most up-to-date revolver it was possible to buy, which he had taken with him on his last journey abroad. He sat down at the writing desk and wrote a letter to the bank manager, informing him that he needed £10,000 immediately, but he hoped that he would be able to return most of it within a few days. But he would be exceedingly grateful if he would hand over the money immediately to the messenger he had sent with this letter. "It is impossible for me to wait," he wrote. "I must apologize for asking for this without prior notice, but it is a matter of life or death. I want you to understand that is why I am asking you to let me have the money immediately." He signed a check for the full amount. Then he placed it in an envelope and addressed it to the manager of the bank. By the time he had finished, he went out into the yard and found, as he had expected, that the 4 horses were harnessed and ready. James, the footman, who was wearing his hat and coat, was waiting under cover. When Sir John gave the order, he jumped quickly into the chaise beside the driver, and they drove off down the drive. Sir John was quite certain that anyone seeing them pass quickly would think that the man in the tall hat was himself, leaving to obtain the money from the bank in town. He went back into the house and found that the men all had a weapon with them. They had loaded them whilst he was absent. "If they are watching the house, and I'm quite certain that they are," Sir John told them, "we have to be very clever and move out not in a large body, but singly, and meet somewhere they would not be watching, before we attempt to rescue her ladyship from inside the cave, which, as you know, is high up from ground level, and so higher than the wood." They nodded at this, and then Sir John said, "What we have to do is walk north away from the house so that we will be out of sight, and no one will suspect what we are doing." He paused before he added, "Then we must double back until we are behind the cave, and when we attack it, we hope that those who have taken her ladyship there will be watching the house." Everyone was listening intently as he continued. "Of course, they will be watching for the return of the chaise from the bank, and they think that I will take into the house." He spoke slowly and realized that every man knew exactly what he required. "If I remember it rightly," he went on, "there is a small copse in the field which is a little way behind the cave. We will meet there, but it is essential that you must leave one by one, as if you were going to work." They nodded again to show that they understood. Then Sir John added, "You must hide the weapons that you have in your hands, either with a spade or a fork. Now go, separately, so that there is no question of your looking for them or that you have any intention of fighting them." The men, having been in the services, understood what he required. Then the head gardener piped up, "We'll do exactly what you want, Sir John, and we hopes you won't be long in meeting us." "I hope so too," Sir John said, "but as you know, I have to hide even better than you do, so that no one will suspect that it is me who is finding my way to the cave." He walked away as he finished speaking. They knew that they must obey orders and started out in single file. Sir John, however, walked out onto the terrace as if he was looking down at the wood beneath him, and then he realized that he must keep out of sight until the men returned from the bank with the money he had asked for. He went back and into the drawing room and saw that the book Melita had been reading was lying on the sofa. Quite suddenly, he realized that if she did not return, the house would never be the same as it had been. Ever since she had entered it, she had seemed to bring sunshine and, at night, starlight into every room she went into. He knew at that moment that he could not lose her. He would fight with every breath in his body to save her from suffering in any way. Then he told Bates that he was leaving and slipped out of the house by the back door. By going through the kitchen garden, he knew that he was protected by any sightseer by the high walls that surrounded it. When he let himself out at the back, he was among the young trees which had been planted behind the flower garden. He moved swiftly through them, keeping as much out of sight as it was possible to do. Actually, there was no one about as far as he could see, and he felt at once that things were safer than he had expected them to be. The difficulty was to reach the cave without being seen, as there were open fields surrounding the hill where the cave was situated. Fortunately, all the fences were high and thick with leaves at this time of the year. By bending forward in some places, and in others almost crawling, he gradually reached the field which lay at the bottom of the ground where the cave stood. Sir John peered through the leaves of the hedge. He could see the sunshine touching the top of the cave, and the yellow of the sunflowers among the blossom of the bushes, and those at the back of the cave were in full bloom. He thought that men could hide behind them very effectively, so that no one watching from the top by the cave would notice that they were almost level with him. At last, and it seemed to take a very long time, he reached the copse in the field where his men were by now gathered. There were already 4 of them waiting for him, and the 5th man arrived only a few minutes after he had sat down beside them. "Have you seen anyone?" Sir John asked them in a whisper. "Yes," they replied. 2 men came out just now, and looked round as if they were searching for someone, and then they went back in again." "I expect they're making sure we're not here," Sir John said. "Now, what we have to do is to approach from both sides, keeping within the bushes and not appearing until we can hold them up with our guns." "I'd like to kill 'em all," one groom growled. "I'm sure that you would," Sir John replied. "At the same time, if it comes to fighting with guns, we can die as easily as them. If we can do it peacefully, that, I am sure, is the best way." He knew as he spoke that the men did not agree with him. A farmer muttered, "I'd kill the old damn lot of 'em if I got a chance." "It means too many days in court when I want you in the fields," Sir John told him. Some of the men laughed and put their hands over their mouths in case anyone heard them. By the time all this had happened, it was getting on for 3 o'clock. Sir John was sure that it would not be long before the footman returned from the bank. 5 minutes later, he saw the chaise moving up the drive, and he knew that the footman would be taking the money into the house to Bates. He was just about to tell his men what he had seen when he saw a man coming out of the cave and shout to another man who was just below him. "He be back," the man said. "I see him coming up the drive with the money." He spoke with a London accent and looked, as Sir John thought after a brief glance, a Cockney. In a way he was glad that the robbers and thieves were English, and he would not be accused, if there was to be any trouble, of fighting or injuring a man from another country. The man who had shouted went back into the cave, and the other man followed him. They were clearly feeling that they had already won the battle. Sir John thought that this was, now, the moment. He whispered to his men what he wanted them to do. Then, bending low so that it was impossible to be seen, he crept amongst the bushes until he was directly below the cave. The men had followed him, and they moved nearer and higher until John stood upright, and they knew that this was the moment to follow him into the cave. Even as he did so, a man appeared unexpectedly. He saw Sir John and ran back into the cave. It was then that Sir John moved faster than he had ever done in his whole life. He followed the man, bending low as he entered the cave. He knew that once inside, he would be able to stand upright. It was then he saw, as he had half expected, Melita, seated in a chair and bound up with ropes attached to the wall behind her. The man who he had just seen, now pointed his gun at her and grunted to Sir John. "Come 1 foot nearer, and I'll shoot her." It was then that Sir John, without replying, pointed his revolver at the man's arm and pulled the trigger. The resounding shot echoed and re-echoed round the cave. The man fell backwards onto the ground. His gun clattered down on the floor without having been fired. Sir John then sprang forward. His men followed him, expected to find some other kidnappers inside. But there was only the man who had been guarding Melita, who was now groaning over his injured arm as he lay on the ground. Sir John rushed forward. Reaching Melita, he pulled the rope from round her body and lifted her off the chair. "You have come," she whispered. "I was praying you would come, and now you are here." He could hardly hear her voice, but he could see the tears in her eyes. "It's all right, darling," Sir John said. "No one will hurt you now." 3 of his men were standing behind him with pointed guns. The others stood at the door in case the noise of the shot could bring in the other kidnappers. But as Sir John had hoped, they were all on the other side of the hill from the cave. Or else they were in the wood waiting to snatch up the £10,000 if it was left, as their chief had assured them it would be, on the bridge over the stream. He then ordered his men to round up the rest of the kidnappers, disarm them, and lock them in a barn on one of the farms, and guard them until the police came to take them away to the nearest prison. Then, picking up Melita carefully in his arms and totally ignoring the groaning man at his feet, Sir John walked across the cave. Before he left the house, he had instructed the 2 grooms he had not picked to go with him to bring a closed carriage to the road at the back of the cave. He told them that they must not be seen, but they were to be there to take them back when he had rescued Melita. It had, in fact, been easier than he had hoped, simply because the rest of the men had been away from the cave, making quite sure that there was no one leaving the house to attack them. Slowly, with his men walking as a protection on either side of him and Melita, he carried her through the trees and bushes until they came to an end. Ahead, they could see the carriage waiting for them. Very gently, Sir John put Melita inside the carriage while the men climbed on the front and the back before the horses moved off. It was then Melita, with her head on his shoulder, spoke for the first time since they had left the cave. "You came to me," she whispered. "I prayed and prayed that you would find me. How could you be so wonderful, John?" She spoke very jerkily, and there were tears on her cheeks. "You might have known that I would save you," Sir John replied. "I thought you would, but I was terrified that they might shoot you. They were all carrying guns." She had her head on his shoulder. Because she was still crying, he could hardly hear what she was saying. "It's all right, my darling." "My sweet," Sir John murmured. "Do you really think that I would lose you? I knew if you went I would lose the most precious thing I have ever possessed, and that is you." Because she was so surprised at the way he spoke and what he was saying, Melita stopped crying and looked up at him questioningly. "Did you really mind me being taken away from you?" she asked. "If you had gone, I would never have been happy again," Sir John replied. "I love you, and I knew I could not lose you." Are you really saying it to me?" she whispered. "I am saying it with all my heart and soul," Sir John answered. Melita made a little sound and put her head against his chest. "I have loved you for a long time," she said, "but I did not think that you loved me." "I have always loved you," Sir John replied. "How could I do anything else when you are so beautiful, so perfect, and everything that any man could ever want in a woman?" The words seemed to fall from his mouth, Then he pulled her closer, and his lips were on hers. It was a long kiss, the kiss of a man who had spent such a long time looking for the love he wanted, and now he had found it. He was afraid that it was not real. But to Melita, it was the answer to everything she had ever felt or desired. "I love you. I love you," she whispered. "And I adore you, Melita. You are exactly what I have been looking for all my life, but thought I would never find. Oh, darling, how can you be so marvelous? I might have lost you." Then he was kissing her again. She knew that this was the love that she had always wanted to find, but thought that it was only part of one's imagination. "I love you. I love you," she wanted to say, but his kisses told her what he was feeling without words. They reached the house, and Bates was waiting on the doorstep. "Thank God you're back, Sir John," he said. "My wife's been praying ever since you left that no harm would come to her ladyship." "She is safe," Sir John assured him, "but we both had a very unpleasant experience, and I think what we need is a glass of champagne." Bates smiled. "I've got it ready for you, Sir John," he replied. "It's on ice in the drawing room." Sir John smiled at him. Still carrying Melita in his arms, he went into the drawing room. He set her down on the sofa. Having poured out a glass of champagne for both of them, Bates left the room. It was then that Sir John said, picking up his glass, "I drink to the most beautiful and the most adorable woman in the world. How soon will you marry me?" Melita, having wiped away her tears, looked at him and answered, "Can we really be married now?" "We are going to be married at once. If you think I am going to lose you again, you are very much mistaken." "But if we are married here," she said, "everyone will think it strange when we were supposed to have been married in Paris." "Leave that to me, my darling Melita. All you have to do is to go upstairs and rest, which I know you want to do, while I send someone to fetch the vicar." "But what about the men who captured me?" she asked. "And did Bracken get home safely?" "I wondered how soon you would ask me that," Sir John smiled. "Yes, he's quite safe. But it was him who told us first that something sinister had happened to you. Then I received a letter from them, telling me that they wanted £10,000, which I see arrived here some time ago." £10,000? Melita exclaimed. "Am I really worth all that?" "You are worth that, and everything else I possess," Sir John said. "As I have told you, we're going to get married as quickly as I can possibly arrange it." He kissed her again. Then he went from the room, telling Bates, who was waiting in the hall, to send a carriage for the vicar. If Bates was surprised at the vicar being wanted at that particular moment, he was far too well trained to say anything. He merely hurried to the stables to tell the head groom that the vicar was wanted immediately. He came back to say that the carriage had already gone to the vicarage to pick up the vicar. "I will go up to my room," Melita said. "I don't want anyone to see me looking so dishevelled." "You look so beautiful," Sir John told her at once. "Much more beautiful than any woman could ever be." He kissed her again before she could reply. Then, as she slipped away, he thought quickly what he would say to the vicar. When the vicar did arrive, he was hoping to make the acquaintance of Sir John's wife, who had been told was an outstanding beauty. When he went into the drawing-room, only Sir John was there. "I have been meaning to see you, Vicar," Sir John began, shaking him by the hand, "but I have been so busy since I came back that you must forgive me not seeing you yesterday as I was meant to do." "I'm not surprised you are so busy, Sir John," the vicar replied, seeing as you have been in London for so long. Now, I want you to do one thing for me, Sir John said, and that is to arrange a special marriage service for me and my wife. I understood from the newspapers that you were married in Paris, the vicar answered with a puzzled look on his face. So we were, Sir John affirmed, but it was done in such a hurry and the service was in French. Therefore my wife feels as I do, that we need an English wedding, just to ourselves, to complete our happiness. I can understand you feeling like that, the vicar said, and of course I am at your disposal. We want no one to know that this is happening, Sir John said, so will you come to my private chapel at 10 o'clock? He paused before he added, if we would need a witness, maybe, as no one must know of this, your wife would oblige? I see no reason why anyone else should know what is happening. It is an unusual request, the vicar replied, but I do understand you feeling that the ceremony in France was somewhat disappointing. We were, of course, hoping for a grand wedding with fireworks at the end, and everyone in the village being allowed to be present. We will certainly have a big party later on, Sir John promised, perhaps on my wife's birthday, as you will not want to wait until Christmas. Certainly not, the vicar agreed. And, of course, we have all been wondering what presents we can give you, which we will accept with gratitude and delight, Sir John told him. But I want no one except your wife to know about the ceremony, which will take place tonight in my chapel. He stopped suddenly and then added, in fact, although I have only just thought of it, we must tidy up the chapel. The vicar stared at him. But you have never used it, he exclaimed. No, he replied, because my mother thought that it was a good example to the village if I filled the family pew on Sundays. But this is a very private matter which I don't want publicized in the press or even talked about. Therefore, I am asking you to marry my wife and me in the English fashion. We feel that it is far more meaningful to our future life than anything that happened in France. Then, of course, I am only too proud to know that you trust me on such an occasion, the vicar said, and if you don't wish my wife and me to speak of it, then, well, we will not say a word to anyone. There was silence for a moment before Sir John said, I think they might be jealous, and instead we must have a big party on her birthday, or perhaps at Christmas, when everyone in the village will be invited after church to come up to the house and drink our health. That would delight everyone, the vicar replied, including me. Then, if you come to us tonight at 10 o'clock, Sir John said, we will be ready, but most people will be in bed and therefore are unlikely to see you, and will not be curious that you're coming over. I will look forward to giving you God's blessings to your marriage, the vicar replied. The carriage took the vicar back to the vicarage, and it was then that Sir John sent for the head gardener. After speaking to him, he went upstairs to Melita's room and found her lying on her bed. I'm just thinking it over, darling John, she said. I cannot believe it is all true. What is true, Sir John replied, is that the vicar is coming at 10 o'clock to marry us, and no one is to know, especially anyone who will tell the press that we are to be married in the chapel. Melita drew in her breath, and then she said, The housekeeper showed me only the other day a wedding dress that was last worn 100 years ago, which she was told that anyone who had worn it down the ages had become exceptionally lucky. Then, darling, we must get it for you, he said. I can do that, because I know where it has been put, and as the housekeeper is getting old, she goes to bed early. Then that is what you must wear, my darling. Melita held out her arms. I am exceptionally lucky, to have found the most wonderful man who has ever existed," she sighed. "I wish I was," he retorted, "but I am marrying the most beautiful girl who ever existed, someone who has stolen my heart completely and absolutely." "Are you sure of that, darling?" Melita asked shyly. "You were so certain that you wanted to marry someone you loved and who loved you for yourself." "I know perfectly well that you are not marrying me for my money," Sir John said, "and I am sure that you can find someone with a better title if you looked round, but that is something I intend to prevent you from doing." Melita laughed. "I only want you," she murmured. She put out her arms and drew him to her. He kissed her. "I love you," he asserted. "When we are properly married, I'm going to show you how much I love you, and it is something I have been wanting to do for a very long time." He kissed her, and before she could answer, he went to his own room. "How could I be so happy?" Melita asked herself. Thank you, God, for saving me and for letting me find John." She had the feeling, as she was praying, that Sir John was doing the same. He ordered dinner for them in their boudoir. Melita wore a pretty negligee, and then went back to her own room to rest until she knew that everyone in the house had gone to bed. At 5 minutes to 10, they went, hand in hand, down to the chapel, sure that everyone was asleep. They were married exactly as they wanted, at 10 o'clock that night. No one in the village was aware that a carriage had brought the vicar and his wife to the chapel. Both of them were surprised and delighted to find it ablaze with flowers. The gardeners had worked for over 2 hours on Sir John's instructions, bringing armfuls of flowers from the greenhouses and the garden into the chapel. They had no idea, even afterwards, why the flowers were wanted, except, as Sir John had said, that an artist was coming to paint a picture of the chapel. The simple service in the chapel was as moving as anything Melita had longed for. She was wearing the lucky wedding dress that had been worn by members of the family for centuries. She wore a diamond necklace, and the coronet the baronet's wives had worn for years at the state opening of Parliament. It made her hair shine even more beautifully than it usually did. The vicar, in his fine vestments, read the marriage service with a deep sincerity which was very moving. When Sir John put the wedding ring on her finger, Melita knew he was thinking that she would be his forever, and she knew that she would never in her whole life love anyone but him. As they knelt for the final blessing, Melita was sure that her mother and her father were smiling on them from above, and that the angels were singing. The service ended, and Melita really felt that they had received God's blessing. When they left the chapel, Sir John, with Melita holding onto his arm, led her along the darkened passages and up the stairs to the first floor. "Tonight," he said when they reached the door of her room, "you come to me. I have been so lonely without you, and never again will I allow you to close the door between us." Melita smiled. She slipped into her own room. She knew what a glorious new chapter in their lives was starting, a chapter they had both tried to avoid because it was called marriage. "Now we will have a large family," Melita thought. Not surprisingly, Sir John was thinking the same as he undressed. Then Melita joined him and climbed into the large, comfortable bed which had been used by his ancestors all down the centuries. She looked very small underneath the gold dome which had carved cupids on it. For a moment, Sir John stood, gazing at her. Then he said, "How could I have found anyone so perfect and so wonderful as you?" Melita held out her arms. "Come close to me," she whispered, "and I will tell you what you mean to me." He pulled her close to him, and he sighed. How can we ever be thankful enough for having found each other when I thought that it was impossible to ever feel as I am feeling now? "I am feeling the same as you," she whispered. "I love you. I adore you. Not as much as I love you. We searched for real love, and now we have found it," he murmured. The words sounded like magic. As he made her his completely and absolutely, and for all time, she knew that they had found love. The love which comes from God, is part of God, and was theirs for eternity and even beyond. Their Search for Real Love. Written by Barbara Cartland.